Good morning. It is 5:50 on this Monday, September 8th. And we are back to trading. We have a new evaluation account. And my main goal is to not blow it within this week. I just want to be able to trade. Just want to get some experience in the market. Control my emotions. I've been working on my habits. 75 hard is starting next week. This week I call it the pregame because my cousins are coming this weekend. We're gonna get lit. And after getting lit this weekend, we're gonna lock back in on the no drinking and no smoking sobriety. But I was feeling bad about doing that, about wanting to enjoy this weekend, especially after failing 75 hard a while back. But I talked to the homie Kev and he said, you gotta earn it. As long as you earn it, it's all good. Plus, once they dip, I gotta lock back in and I gotta prove it to myself and everybody else that I'm locked in. Now, with that being said, we're gonna be trading today. I have not been on the market for the past week. Aside from that, Pokemon cards is doing pretty good. We sold $100 worth of cards from the $120 collection and still have a couple more to sell. I woke up to a notification of somebody asking me if they can buy cards, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, let's hop on the market. Open Top Step. So first of all, here's what we're gonna do. Clear all drawings. This is the 5-minute mark. This is how the market's been looking. Bro, I'm tired. Cake pods are pissing me off, man. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Oh, first of all, let me open up chat. Okay, so what I am gonna do, okay, so that's how the 1 hour mark's been looking. We've been bullish since September started. Looks like Friday we had a big dip right here. We are within this 1 hour fair value gap, which might just, that might be bullish shooting up out of the, well, it is a bearish fair value gap, but we will see. Let me type this in here. Okay. So we have these lows, but here is the low from Friday. I'm gonna mark this out. Here's the high. We can even come back down to these lows. And there's also a rat high. We got these highs over here from August 25th. We could see some retracement back down to these lows, but it looks like overall this was stagnant. Then we had a dip. Now we have bull, but a lot of people are saying we're heading towards a bear run. That, you know, the economy's not doing so well. But damn, look at this liquidation from this day. Each of these candles is a day. It's looking a whole lot bullish, should I say. So here's a fair value gap within the day, which we have already shot through. A lot of liquidation on here. So yeah, I remember these days. 1, 2, 3, 5. This is what blew my fucking funded account right here. So yeah, we've been choppy within the days. There isn't really too much of a pattern, which, as you can see here, these are the days I was trading for the evaluation. I think it was these days. It's alright. Yeah, these days are the days I got the eval, and then I blew it right here. But now looking at it from the bigger picture, it's just been choppy these past couple of weeks. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. About 2 weeks of no, direction in the market, which is kind of scary because it could go anyway. It can go anyway. Wow. See, if I was smart, I would have came here and been like, alright, there's this fair value gap, and it shot straight down through it. Once again, there's this fair value gap. We're above it right now. But this is today. That's crazy because it came in here, bounced off of this here, and shot up. I mean, it's already been dealt with right here, but you never know. Let's go to 4 hours. See if we see anything there. There's this fair value gap, which I'm not even gonna do because we have the hour fair value gap. But we also had this fair value gap, which inversed right here. It's pretty crazy. It's looking bullish, in my opinion. My opinion, at least. I'm debating whether I want to hop on the llama call, the max call, whatever. Let's look at 30-minute. yeah. Oh fuck, I'm pressing the wrong button. Oh fuck, my bad. 30-minute fair value gap. There's this fair value gap, but it already got disrespected. This one already got disrespected. Big liquidation right here. I am gonna have my notebooks out, cause here's the two strategies I'm looking for. We have the orb strategy, which usually is more so just looked at in the beginning of the market open. But then we also have the ICT strategy from TJR, which is just looking at confluences. So both can be used. In the last video, you guys saw me guess correctly, or is this shit still? Oh my god, I'm gonna just turn on the light, bro. Why is it down there? I didn't want to turn on the light, but whatever. But yeah, I am gonna start putting these as shorts, as Instagram reels on my Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, along with the 75 hard. And honestly, bro, I need to lock in on content. I really want content to be like how you guys said in the last stream. I want a social media empire. Alright, so right now we're honestly just gonna wait until market open. We could pop a video or something. I have been trying to watch a more spiritual videos. Been trying to get closer to God, you know. Especially when you what the fuck? Eminem and John Cena, my time is now.
Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. In case you forgot or fell off, I'm still hot, knock your shell off. My money stacked fat, plus I can't turn the swell off. The franchise doing big business, I live this, it's automatic. I win this, so you hear those hoods, you finish. A soldier, and I stay under you. Fight. Let them hit. It's the fuck your whole clan. Lay your ass down for the 3-second jam. Your time is up, franchise. Your time is up.
Something is like a white 50 Cent, bro. Oh wait.
Can't see me, my time is off the map now. Radar can't even find you. We stay on the grind. You sleep, we outgrind you. You walk around mad, you let your anger blind you. We walk around just playing the violin behind you. Enough with all the pissing and moaning, whining and bitching. Sit and observe, listen, you'll learn if you pay attention. Why 10 multi-platinum albums later, 3 diamond worldwide. We're on the charts with a bullet and still climbing. We swam with the sharks, wrestle with alligators. Spoke to a generation of angry teenagers who, if it wasn't for
That's crazy. Cena made a diss track. Alright, I'm done. That's that's too much unemployment information, bro. It's fucking funny. Dropped out of university to lock in on trading. Oh, I want to see this.
Tourism in Las Vegas is in a big slump this summer, costing the city billions of dollars. That could signal trouble ahead for the U.S. economy.
AI is rapidly reshaping the workplace.
Half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to 20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years.
And cue the fire! Breaking news, we have a 99% collapse. And then we have the economy. That is also a collapse. And then we have Trump going nuclear. Just like a good investigative journalist, you gotta fly around to make sure the collapse is going as planned. My Johnny Bravo shall hit the streets. It's a short one. You know, you can expense it, right? I made sure that I hit the streets on a Friday night. Well, almost night. It was dusk. But look at this. This is shocking. And Besant, Scott's like, no, we're not in a recession. We're not even close. Actually, it's really going to pick up fourth quarter. I can't even say that. I'm over here, right? I can't use the D word. Oh, YouTube. Oh, and my blood is boiling because I need to talk about this article, the image that the Democrats in 2026 and beyond, and no one is covering it. CNN, CNBC, QRS-TUV, no one. And I kind of lost it. Showed Kitty, I showed Skylar, I showed my wife, and I said, I need to talk about this. And they said, you're gonna get another one of those yellow things, okay, on your channel. It's gonna be demonetized. They're gonna shelve it, and then they're gonna send you an email like they do. But if for some reason you did not see this, this is a really good thing. I also wanna be very careful about this because you will never see my channel again. Also, if you're seeing this video, I guess that's good. I've had friends lose their channel like overnight. It was the Hunter Biden thing. Boy, it was like, these guys had like millions of subscribers. Gone. AP, 0. PBS, oh, by the way, that black dude did really bad things to her. She's no longer breathing. NYT, NPR, WSJ, BBC, CNN. And even if you search for it, New York Times, showing 0 results. She was a beautiful 23-year-old girl that ran from war from Ukraine and made it to safety. And the dude that ended her life was, I think he was jailed or arrested at least 14 times. I'm pretty sure he'll be let out for his 15th time. And all these white people right here are going to protest. Well, actually, they are protesting. Hands off, let the criminals run wild. Also, when you're like, why are you being racist? Why'd you say white people? Well, they're protesting in D.C. The District of Columbia became the first majority black major city. And as of last year, about 44% black. I'm kind of really not seeing it here. Look at these people, hands off, up in arms. Look at this. Where's our American flag? Oh, wait, I see one. It's upside down. They just haven't lit it on fire yet. DC, Trump must go. Remove Trump. Wait, I'm actually looking for a black dude. I'm searching here. Wait. I found one, but it's in the comment section. In a city like 45% black. Where's all the homies? And we have a media that is so biased. It's so frustrating. So I guess I'll be the only one. RAP, I have daughters that look like her. Just beautiful. I mean, the world we live in and how the media portrays everything. And watch Trump's response. Also, you can bet on this. Lisa Cook, remember she got arrested. Lisa Cook arrested by September 30th. You can bet on it. There's pretty much a 0% chance I wouldn't bet there. Go all in on this Zoran. Good luck, guys. New York, yeah, kiss alcohol goodbye, which is fine. You'd probably be a little bit more productive. Wait, if you like crispy bacon, that's going to be gone. Watching news come out of Texas. Watch, you're like, oh, bravo, so extreme. No, that's what happens. You guys are having one kid. They have like 5. They're going to win. They changed the laws. Look at UK. It is insanity. He was a war veteran. He's just sitting there, and he's like, what? I think was he in a wheelchair? Like, holds up a flag. The guy has He served for them in the military. I don't know. The guy looked like he was 105. They like 5 of them have to pick him up because I guess their flag offended them. That is what happens when you don't protect your borders. You will be filled from the outside in. Sayonara, New York. Pray for Andrew. Come on. This cat's gonna step down. He's gonna be like, that's it. What's his percent? What is he? What's he at? 6. Oh, that he's going to step down 67%. This has a 2% chance. And Andrew, 16. Goodbye, New York. Here is Trump when a reporter, right? Trying to fix these cities. Oh my gosh. Let me rewind him because I think I had my audio down.
Say that, darling, that's fake news.
Well, why would the Department of Defense?
Listen, be quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never.
I love it. Be quiet. Just go with shut up.
Listen, that's why you're second rate. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend.
Why are you sending us into war in the cities? And I'm sorry when I have to pause it. I just have to interject.
It's not war. That's
6:30. When's market open?
Amen again. Oh, and this just in, breaking news, because I Googled it, just wondering, what's happened in the last few minutes. 12 shot, 5.
I mean, the main goal is to get the profit limit and get one step closer to passing, which is 1,500. But we get 500, 700, depending on how the trades feel, and I might call it a day. Main goal this week is just not to blow back.
No longer breathing in weekend shootings across Chicago is my kind of town. This stuff has to stop. Yes, you got to make sure you're not like going North Korea. Stay within your constitutional rights. So if you want to know who the bad people are, just get meta glasses. Put the glasses on and use them when you walk by people. It'll actually be able to scan, find out all of their information, where they live. I don't know. You could probably pay a few bucks and get their, how many people have they made stop living. This kid actually hooked it up. It went back to the computer, analyzed a few seconds, participated in this, did this, sources, was going around just looking at people, facial scans. I mean, the government's been using it forever, so why shouldn't you? Also, back to the economy, 80%. Traffic gone, economy gone. Everyone's saying, no, the economy's fine. Well, let's hit the streets with Johnny Bravo. So, talking about the economy, if the economy was so good, which it's not, when I'm over here and I'm walking around and see if I can flip that, let's take a look at all the people at the bars. And this is at a Friday night. Friday night. Bartender, no tax on tips. Just really killing it. So you guys also know the numbers just came out. Unemployment, job openings, none. Unemployment, lots. Hiring, not. This is Friday.
I'm telling you, they're not
Friday night. Except, more of nothing. Let's look down this corridor here.
This weekend, I'm telling you, my cousins are coming. Supposedly, Vegas Strip is gonna be popping. We got Canelo fight. La Raza is supposed to be around, and we have a fucking Clásico. America versus Chivas. So who knows?
Here we
Raza
go.
might be out for that one too.
Shops loaded. And again,
I'm excited
Friday
for this
night,
weekend,
nada,
but I gotta earn
flip it
for
around
real,
again, just so you're like, oh, come on. I mean, yeah, we got a couple people walking. Also, what's cool about this place that I'm filming in, the Win and Encore, is just the attention to detail up here is just insane. Like, that's completely twisted. Nice place to shop. Just too bad no one's shopping. And again, long corridor.
Maybe because everything's fucking
with
expensive.
just employees inside.
At the casinos,
nothing.
though, everybody's gonna be in that
people
bitch.
walking around, cleaning the place up. Look at the mosaic here. That's why I like walking through this place. Just beautiful. I mean, where are you gonna find things like that?
I feel like
All right, so now I know
So
what you
many
guys
people
are going to
have
say.
lost money
Come on,
in
Bravo,
Vegas
hit the
that
streets
shit- it's
on a
fuck
Friday,
that
because I
shit.
know where there is, you know, it's Friday, almost dusk. Hit the streets and
That
show
same
us,
hustle guy? No way.
show us all the
He was
people. All
following
right,
you.
here's all the people. That's it. You got some girls coming out of the beach club, but other than that, there is nothing. So there you go. It's nothing Vegas. There you have it. It's not as good as what people say. And also, just to let you know, I don't know if it was 6, it was dusk, it was setting, but still, nada. And in all fairness, I asked one guy, he's like, Bravo, bro, I watch you. I'm like, hey, no one wants to go on camera. No one. I'm like, do you want to tell people? No. And I'm like, how's the economy? He's like, for me, it's good. I'm like, get out of here, kid. He's like, well, wait, when is it going to end? I said, tomorrow. Actually, it's going to get really bad. I mean, again, Scott Bessent says everything's fine. When it's not going to be fine, and get ready with your fingers on the short button. If the Supreme Court says they void the tariff thing, like, you got to pay it back. It was on Meet the Depressed, and he said, the country will suffer so greatly, but we'll make so much money. Again, click either short or sell, make money down. I love the comments. First one, he's also, leave comments on my video. I love it. I read all of them. And constructive criticism when they're like, what's wrong with your hair? Looks like something about Mary. I'm like, I have never heard that before. I love all of them. I love him.
Damn.
He's a master gaslighter.
22,000
The
new
worst
jobs,
part
all
about
MAGA
his BS, he knows
ICE
better.
agents.
22,000 new jobs, all MAGA ICE agents. As he adjusts his glasses, U.S. economy should be accelerated by fourth quarter. I highly doubt that. Actually, I'm going to go with it is worse than you think. These second data job revisions. Look at this. Look at this chart. Woo! You want to know where this blue line's going?
Damn.
I'm going to go, if you go all the way back up there, since 2022, I'm going to say lower. Now, I'm not the only one. The experts and AI the experts are all telling you it's the end. You're going to have these sweet little ladies here until those sweet little automated ladies there take over. From Business Insider, an AI safety pioneer says it could leave 99% of workers unemployed by 2030. That gives you, 4.5 years. Even coders, engineers, that leaves the 1%. So now my question is, are you the 1%? So when AI is wiping out everything, well, except if you wash windows or clean the screens and make an extra $1,000 a day, I've seen this play out over and over. No one wants to work job. A is not just ending entry-level jobs. It is the end of the career ladder as we know it. This is as we are currently so deep into a recession that they are so lying about. Bravo, I promise when the Fed cuts rates, it's not going to change anything. Everything's going to be fixed. No, it's not. Ray is warning you, looming crash in 2 assets if Fed cuts rates. Well, I got 2 guarantees for you. Guarantee number 1, yes, crash. Win, Bravo, hold your horses. 2, the Fed will cut rates. By how much, you ask? Just follow the charts. I put it up here. I've had it up here for probably about a year, maybe even longer.
Shit.
Yeah, the Fed funds rate. This orange line's going to go a little longer, and then it's going to connect here, and then it's going to go there. And then something's really going to break, and it's going to go down here. Well, you guys are all, well, hopefully you're not investors.
Okay, no,
oh my
say.
gosh.
Just credit consumer at 12.
May
We should be off
the
the market
Lord
by
of
then.
blessings be with you. This was 00. Man, just took a beating. Guess where you're at? Your valuations, price to book value, it's going to go, and it will be so sweet. You have a lot coming out this week. Keep your eye on these guys down here. DIA, SPY, the Qs, VIX, consumer credit, few hours, PPI inflation, CPI, jobless claims, consumer send me a mint, and inflation
Wednesday and Thursday is
expectations.
gonna be
And that
fucking
is
big.
what moves the bond market. At the end of the day, you don't have to worry about, well, what's the 2 assets? Just follow the charts. Every morning, if the market goes up or down, it doesn't matter. Just get up tomorrow morning. I'm getting up. 5:30 a.m., rise or shine. I'm making trades. And I got to beat my student because he owned me on Friday. Oh, please do not email me. Please pick me. No. Just take the course. How to do it, or have AI use my trade. Let it do it. If you're in the course, this one in one day, put on almost $700. $299 for the course. You're in it, you learn how to do it, and then it gives you the opportunity to let AI do it for you. You get my bear market course, which is free, and then I'm going to remove that. It's only time will tell. The clock is ticking. 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 3 seconds. I'm going to guess that turns to 4 minutes and 59 seconds, where I have to either raise the price, $3.99, $4.99. It should be $1,000. It is way too cheap because people are like, well, if it costs money, it must have value. Those of you that are like, why don't you give it to us for free? Then it has no value. Done that before, even if I give someone the course for free, where I feel bad. Maybe it's my kid. They don't do it. If you have to work for it, right? It's that thing again. Parents, make your kids.
I remember this guy. Two hours? Goddamn. What is this?
President Trump's immigration crackdown taking a turn. Foot traffic is picking up along our southern border, and the Texas Department of Public Safety is on the lookout for human smugglers and illegal immigrants making their way across.
So the gangs and cartels operating on the U.S. border have decided to storm the gates. And for the first time this year, border incursions have started trending in the wrong direction. However, the U.S. is not just sitting idle. And right now, the strongest military in history is prepared to take action if necessary in Mexico, where this cartel invasion force has been hiding all along.
So here's what we found. Within hours of being out, the team actually got word that 2 men had breached the wall. Well, they raped.
That's crazy. TGR. Palantir.
The job numbers came out today. Are they? They're great or bad, depending on where you're looking at it. In a more objective way, it definitely shows that we're in a little bit of a slump, perhaps. A bit of a slump. And that could be good if you're an interest rate cutter. You want interest rates to go down. This would be kind of, what we're looking for, right? Yeah, let's jump in. Usually, the more entertaining one, for what it's worth, is Fox News. And I'm like, that's kind of where we play clips because it's entertaining. Like, why should news be straight informative? I want entertainment. But let's do CNN this time, just to kind of mix it up. Let's see what's going on in the world of CNN.
The Trump economy is sputtering. We learned this morning that job growth in the past 3 months has all but ended. There were just 22,000 new jobs created.
This revision in June, by the way, not what we want to see. First negative since all the way back here. Very small negative, but it is a negative.
Created last month, and new revised data showed the economy actually lost jobs in June.
Right. I would love to sit around and watch that, but we gotta trade. All right, I am gonna have them up. I don't know if I'm gonna take their trades, but I do want to see what they gotta say today. The fuck go wrong, fools? Huh. This one.
What's up, everybody? All right, we're getting close to market open. I'm about to get my camera working. We about to have some fun. Like it wants to pump a little bit. Saying my wife's saying my mic volume's low, but it's at its max, so that's not good. Let me make sure everything's hooked up correctly. Dun-dun-dun. Yeah, everything's right. Yeah, output, default. Yeah. Hello? Does that sound better? No, I can hear myself now.
Better hop off this if it's not done.
Shoot, all right, everybody. And there's the ladies as well. So y'all in for some fun and action. Gonna be
What's up? Good morning, everybody.
fun. Good morning, good morning. All right, everyone, let me get my camera up and going. And we will roll. Of course, I'm gonna have this issue. All right. Here we go. I know what's going on. What is up, bitches? Big Daddy Hoggy in the house. Let's go. Who's ready to see the market open? Who's ready to get some and some
Let's fucking
All
go.
right, let's go.
I love the maximum.
Yeah, I'm not hopping on that today. All right, 1 minute till market opens. Market has officially opened, and it is, oof, damn. All right, so main goal, don't trade within the first 15 minutes. So let's just watch this. Damn. I'm gonna have some.
Don't wait 10 years. Don't wait 10 minutes. Don't even wait 10 seconds. The time to start is now.
The more you commit yourself to becoming the best person you can be, the more you like yourself and respect yourself, the more energy you have, the bigger goals you set for yourself, the more you persist. When you invest in yourself and you read and learn and upgrade your skills, you're telling yourself, wow, I am a person with a great future, and it's up to me to maximize my potential. And your self-esteem goes up, your self-respect goes up, your sense of personal pride goes up.
Your growth frightens those with no plans of changing. You've changed, we heard. That's what they said when we started to grow. We now have a clearer vision. We have a smaller circle. We're going, we're growing, we're hunting.
When you are putting limitations to yourself, you always stay small and never get into the glimpse of what this complete universe and life has for a potential for you to discover. But this is dependent upon what is your mindset.
Anything that is great, you have to fight for. And your calling is great. It is greater than you can even possibly fathom right now. And so with that, the path is going to be hard. It's going to be hard.
You know
so
what?
the more we can detach ourselves from...
First, before anything, this is perfect time for this. I'm gonna meditate. Oh, can you see it? Yeah. Let's go ahead and start this.
desire for it to be easy and accept our struggle and the difficulty and the adversity and the failure and the dead ends and sleepless nights as a responsibility to fulfill our greater purpose wakes up the fighting spirit within you.
We all live in this world where our brains are keeping us in this box. Outside that box is a world that's endless of opportunity. But we are afraid to go outside that box because in that box is comfortable. Outside that box, man, God gives you a shovel and says, man, start digging. That's not fun. But when you dig your own path to all kind of stuff that's unknown.
If you're alone in this world right now, it's a superpower if you decide to use it right. Because you actually have the opportunity to know yourself, while everyone else in this world will spend their entire lives trying to find themselves in someone else. I know how painful it is. I know the misunderstanding is hell. But you would only be more misunderstood if you never took the time to know yourself. Anything worth overcoming puts that pit in your stomach. So you have to understand the pain and realize that sometimes being alone is a blessing.
My favorite Chinese proverb is, everything must be hard before it can be easy. I think it's amazing what you can endure when you have no choice. Because at the end of the day, life is hard, but believing it should be easy makes it even harder.
See, I've come to believe that the secret to success is just not giving up. That life is constantly testing you. That there are going to be days where you don't do the reps. There are going to be weeks where you don't do the reps. There might even be months that you don't do the reps. That's okay. And the reps are the boring, tedious actions that you take every day. And that's how you achieve a goal. What defines your success is not the days where you do it. I actually think it's the days where you come back after you didn't do it. So the day that was really hard at work, or the week that you were really sick and you couldn't do the reps every day, the small tedious stuff, you couldn't get out for your walk, you couldn't sit down and write. It's the day that you return that defines success, because it means you didn't quit. Like if it is day 37, you have not eaten the way you said you would, you have spent a ridiculous amount of money, even though your goal is to get out of debt, and you see that little note where you wrote down your goal, it's okay, it's still there. It's the days where you come back after you didn't do it. That defines success.
How do you build trust with someone? You prove time and time again that when you say you're going to do something, you do it. And what makes you think building trust with yourself is any different? Because if you're the kind of person that fears your future self, the solution is right in front of you. Spend months and years building the evidence that when you say you're going to do something, you follow through. It is not complicated. It's just difficult. If you constantly flake on your own expectations, it's no wonder your relationship with you is nothing but uncertainty. But when you can look back on undeniable proof that you are the person you claim to be, counting on yourself is not so difficult.
One of the key things in attracting the things we want into our life is to be able to feel as if we have them before we possess them. What we really want in our life, our real dreams, our real ambitions, are feelings. They're not things. One of the things that happens when we feel like we possess something, we begin to act in accordance with that feeling. And as a consequence of that action, those things begin to chase you. So it's not some manifestation thing. When we feel a certain way, we act a certain way. And when we don't, we don't. Spend a little bit more time on giving yourself the gift, or doing the work, frankly, of what would it feel like, and beginning to feel as if you possess the goal. And I also just think the gift of giving yourself the emotions you want will create more health in your body, more vitality, more energy, more optimism, more belief, more confidence. Feel it this week, and then you'll possess it.
Odds against there being another person like you are more than 50 billion to 1. In the entire history of humanity, there will never be two people like you. Never be two people with the same face. Never be two people with the same, even blood composition, exactly. Never be two people with the same outlook, the same talents, abilities, capacities. Never be two people just like you. And that every single person are born with the capacity to do something remarkable with their lives. And the starting point of personal greatness is when you say to yourself, what wonderful thing am I going to do with my life? Why am I here? I have this one life, this precious, precious life. And as you know, this life is not a rehearsal for something else. This is the real one. You say to yourself, what am I going to do with my life? Why am I here? What are my unique talents and abilities? Look back into your life and ask yourself, what is it that you've done in the past that you most enjoyed? What is it that you've done in the past that comes easy to you, but which may be difficult to others? What are the things that are indicators that this is where you should be focusing all your talents and abilities? Whatever it is, find it, and then commit yourself to becoming excellent at it.
It says the most beautiful people we have known are those who have known defeat, known suffering, known struggle, known loss, and have found their way out of the depths. These persons have an appreciation, a sensitivity, and an understanding of life that fills them with compassion, gentleness, and a deep loving concern. Beautiful people do not just happen.
You will feel 1,000,000 miles away from your dreams, and then you'll blink, and suddenly you'll be living them.
I just want you to think for a second. Like, regardless of any struggles that you're facing right now, just think about how good it feels once you actually pull this off. Just think about that. Money's no longer an issue. You're doing something every day that is fulfilling. You're surrounded by people that you love. You're able to travel and do the things that you want to do when you want to do them. You are no longer being controlled by external things. You decide how you want to live your life. You live on your own terms, and you live a life full of fulfillment and purpose and love. All the things that you long for right now. Let me tell you something. That day is in your future, and it's not as far as you might think. You're almost there, my friend, I promise you. All you have to do is continue to show up.
Don't be ashamed of your effort. Midwits hate earnestness and sincere conviction because they can't stand being reminded of the thing they're capable of or resist. Actually trying. People will try to put the same limitations on you that they put on themselves. Don't mistake their insecurities for your ceiling.
I think the first thing a person needs is they need a dream. You gotta have a dream. I don't know how people survive in life with any kind of peace or happiness or fulfillment without having a dream. A dream needs to be something that there is a possibility of fulfilling. Otherwise, it's not a dream, it's a fantasy. But you need a dream. And don't be afraid to dream big. You know, the saying is that if your dreams don't scare you to death, they're not big enough. Your dream needs to be bigger than you are right now.
There's a specific person that you've got to get out of your life right now. It's the person that wants to remind you of who you were. It's the person who wants to remind you of how you used to be, what you used to do, how you used to do it. That used to person's dead. Anybody who wants to resurrect that person cannot be in your life. There is nothing more important than getting people out of your life that want to pretend you're the person you were yesterday. They want to act like you're the person you were yesterday. You're evolving, you're growing, you're advancing. You need to be focused on you right now, and anybody that wants to bring you back, anybody that wants to pretend you are the same person that they knew 1, 2, 6, 7 years ago, get them the hell out of your life.
Why just bouncing off of here?
Trajectory. Focus on your trajectory. You can't keep living in this all or nothing mentality where you have to do the perfect set of perfect things in the perfect order, just like that guy you follow on Instagram does. That guy's full-time job is personal development. He gets paid to sit in a cold plunge. You don't. You are going to make mistakes.
you are going to mess up. So if you have that all or nothing mentality, when it's not all, it's going to be nothing. You're going to be the guy that gets one flat tire and then gets out of his car and slashes the other 3 simply because he doesn't have 4 perfectly inflated tires. Makes no sense. The measuring stick is not, am I perfect? The measuring stick is, did I get closer to who I want to be, or did I get further away? Am I moving in the right direction? Am I going down the right path? Focus on path over perfection.
You're doing this for you. And this is something I've only realized relatively recently, but after a certain level of material comfort, the only person that you need to do this thing for is you. Your conscience knows when you're being honest and when you're not. I think optimizing to make that person happy, that conscience happy, is a really good idea.
What if problems were always gifts? What if every single problem really was a gift in your life? What if every problem you ever had was life happening for you, not to you? What if everything in our lives is guided? What if everything in our life was divine timing? Everything, even the pain.
What are you gonna do when no one's watching? Are you gonna operate to your standard, or are you gonna cut corners? I can tell you this, dude. I try very fucking hard to operate in my standard all the time, 24 hours a day, even when no one's watching, especially when no one's watching, because that's when you actually gain more of the discipline and strength that you need to uphold those standards. I think every single fucking human should have a set of core values and a mission statement and a vision for their own lives. And most people don't. Most people just go along with the flow. They swing into someone else's vision and they stay there for a little bit, and they swing into someone else's for a little bit. And then they get to be older in life and they're like, why the f has nothing worked out for me? Well, the reason nothing's worked out for you is because you don't live what you say you're about. You don't have a plan for yourself. You don't have a mission statement for yourself. You try to cut the corners when no one's watching. Bro, you'll lose that way. That's just it.
It's always harder, takes longer, and costs more than you think it will. It makes sense because if it did it, then everyone would have it. And if everyone had it, then it wouldn't be worthwhile. And so if it's hard, that's amazing because it will make you that much harder once you conquer it. And it will also make it harder for anybody else who wants to follow in your footsteps. And so the higher up the mountain you climb, the thinner the air gets. And the rarer the climber or explorer must be in order to get there.
If you can survive temporary pain, on the other side of temporary pain, you will meet another version of you. Every time I wanted to quit, I didn't make a decision to not quit the rest of my life. I made a decision not to quit for one more day. One more day, just don't quit. One more day, hang on.
People who win are disciplined about winning. They don't just casually take a look at this. They don't just casually try something. They jump in with both feet because they absolutely intend to win at it. And that's going to require discipline and consistency on your part. As you start to study, you're going to learn things. You're going to learn the skills that you need. That's going to require discipline on your part. All of which, by the way, you can learn any of these skills. You can learn anything, but you're going to have to be disciplined.
There's this revered master who everybody wants to study under, and it's almost impossible to get to him. And so he's interviewing candidates. And the aspiring samurai comes to him and says, how long will it take me to be a master? And he says, 10 years. And so then the young samurai, eager to kind of prove himself, he's like, well, what if I work twice as hard and I work day and night to become a master? How long will it take then? And so the master sits back and looks at him and says, 20 years. The young samurai is like, wait, what? How can it take twice as long if I'm working harder? The master replies, if you have one eye fixed on your destination, then you only have one eye left to find your way.
But I think what's truly important is the ability to detach yourself from the outcome. It is one of the most important things that I have adopted in my life. Set the goal, know where you want to go, know where you're aiming, and then let it go. It's possible, in fact, it's probable and likely it might take you longer to get there. And so what if it does? If it does, you're still making forward progress every single day.
It's really important that we understand that better is not always visible. You can be getting better and it not be public. Because very often, private victories will precede public accomplishments.
It's okay to fall apart, even after you thought you had everything under control. You're not weak.
Into the orb.
This is healing. You'll go days without thinking about your past, and then there will be days where we'll all come crashing down. Hold space for all of it. Maybe you won't go back to being who you were before everything happened, but I can assure you, you will find your way forward. Hold on until then, one day at a time.
More you're able to let go, farther you're going to proceed. It is essential. The more your willingness and your ability to let go, the more changes are going to come. It's just like this. For new things to come, old things must go.
Remember, it's not what you have or what you do with what you have that separates winners from losers. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond to what happens to you that counts. In the final analysis, your response to the adversity of life is the real measure of who you are and what you're made of. The Greek philosopher Epictetus once said that circumstances do not make the man or woman, they merely reveal him to himself. Everyone eventually goes through periods of great difficulty, their own private hells, their dark nights of the soul. But it is by facing whatever life gives us with courage and determination that we grow more surely toward the stars.
When you're looking for validation on the outside, it's because you lack strong values on the inside. To me, success is very simple. Those closest to me love and respect me the most. That's my definition of success. Let me explain that to you because it's so beautiful. This is success on the inside. This is how I built my success foundation. There's something wrong with any of us if people who don't know us well like us better than those who know us well. Once the inside is right, the outside can expand.
5 minutes.
Success is measured very differently, right? You have to understand and figure out what success means to you. But if you are not happy with where you are or where you are going, you may be settling. You may be good, maybe you're average, maybe you think you're great, but if you move into a different environment, go into a different sphere, you're gonna recognize you're not. You're just good. And in this day and age, sorry, good is not enough.
You will not find yourself anywhere apart from within. You must isolate your mind. Be alone with your thoughts. Breathe, relax, reflect, ask questions, find answers. Use your imagination to visualize what you feel. And it is also important to be in the right environment. Make this a habit and you will find yourself. And once you find yourself, you will experience true freedom.
There are only 4 fundamental choices to make a change. You either could stop something, you could start something, you could do less of something, or you could do more of something. That's literally the only things you could do. Because if you did the 5th thing is not do anything, that's insanity, right? Doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So you want to create a new result. I'm not saying this is easy, but I'm saying it is pretty straightforward and simple.
I believe that when we die, we meet the person we could have been, the one we were capable of, the life we were capable of having. I want you to imagine for a minute that when you die, you meet who you could have been. I'm chasing that guy, the emotions, the memories, the contribution. And I want you to go, man, I was watching you, bro. What a run. Man, I thought you blew it on that one chapter. And then you came back. And then you got knocked down again. Then you came back. You got knocked down again. You did it. You maxed out your life. To me, that's heaven. Becoming the person I'm capable of. Now, hell looks like this. Yeah, I was chasing you. And then this person hurt me. And I had that thing. And then the market. Yeah, I was watching it. You had it. And then the thing and it's over. The truth is, I lived my life scared. I underestimated myself.
I put my stop loss in the wrong place.
Yeah. You don't get to do it again.
Be under this.
You live with this forever. I'm really sorry I don't recognize you.
Death
isn't just of the physical body. Death is of the ego, ego death. You want to die to
So
yourself.
here a key level,
It's not a physical
right here.
death. It is a character or an
Break a
ego
structure,
death. You
inverse
must
fair
die.
value
Your
gap.
ego must die. Who you are today is no longer resourceful for who you're going to be, who you are to be next. For you to fulfill your greatest purpose here on this planet, in this lifetime, you have to have multiple deaths to immature versions of yourself so that you could be reborn as a stronger version of yourself. That's how the process goes.
It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does always actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
First step before anybody else in the world believes it is you have to believe it. There's no reason to have a plan B because it distracts from plan A. Very simple. This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it. Period.
I mean, there are no manuals, no shortcuts, no secrets. You write your own manual, you develop your own shortcuts, you find your own secrets. You go where you're drawn to go, and you learn by doing the work. I mean, if you're scared, if it all seems like too daunting, if the machinery of it all seems too big and scary and overwhelming, it's great. You wake up in the morning and you do it anyway.
Don't get better automatically. You only get better because you intentionally make a decision to get better.
Look at this liquidation.
You have to go from being a person of good intentions to a person of good actions. That's the great separator.
Most important key to achieving great success is to decide upon your goal and then launch. Get started, take action, do something, move. The act of taking the first step is what separates the losers from the winners, or the winners from the losers.
There are times in life when you're going through a hard time and you think you're going through a test. That's not the test. The test is, how do you go through the hard time? And if it's a test that you are designed to fail, how do you handle that failure?
Your story is going to be the greatest story that's ever been told. I'm so glad that you got overweight. I'm so glad that your mindset's all over the place. I'm so glad you haven't been treating the people that you love the greatest. I'm so glad you haven't been working your ass off. I'm glad you haven't changed people's lives or make enough impact yet. I'm glad you got comfortable and complacent, because when you change, this story is going to be that great.
The understanding that winners write history, which means that no matter how difficult whatever the season that you're going through is,
oh shit,
just win.
I forgot.
Like, keep going
like that. My bad.
Until you win. And then once you win, you can rewrite whatever history you want. And that has gotten me through those harder periods, because I just knew that I needed to get through to the other side.
You really want something? You're gonna find a way, ultimately. And it might not be today or next year, or 5 years or 10 years, but this thing takes priority and precedent over all other things. When you don't want something as much as you think you do, of course, bro. Just like you said, don't nobody want to live a hard life. We all want to make life easy for ourselves, for our families, for our mothers, boom, boom. That's amazing. And the thought of that is amazing. Sometimes your desire might not be enough fuel. You gotta have a strong desire, and when you have a strong desire, that outweighs all other shit. You are going to die one day, and every single person whose opinion you're afraid of is also going to die one day, and in 300 years, it's probably not going to matter to people whether you did the thing you said you were going to do, or you let people's opinion beat you into submission. And I got news for you, whether you do it or not, people are gonna say it. They're either gonna make fun of you for trying, or they're gonna say that you had so much potential and you just didn't try in life, or whatever. No matter which direction you go in, it's gonna come with some bullshit. You can put up with people's opinions and people's comments and actually do the thing you want to do, or you can put up with people's opinions and people's comments and die with regret. What you choose to do with your life, as long as it doesn't harm anyone else, isn't that important to people. Most people are just focused on their own shit, doing their own thing, worried about their own life. So f it.
There is no guarantees. Even if you work hard, there's no guarantee it's gonna work out. I do believe hard work pays off, but no one tells you when. And that's the test. Can you maintain your patience when you don't know when the end is coming? You don't know when it's gonna pay off. You just believe in yourself, regardless of who believes in you.
Take ownership. Don't make excuses. Don't blame any other person or any other thing. Get control of your ego. Take ownership of everything in your world, the good and the bad. Take ownership of your mistakes, take ownership of your shortfalls, take ownership of your problems, and then take ownership of the solutions that will get those problems solved.
Damn.
If it seems impossible, it's even better.
It's been stuck in this fair value gap.
Do it anyway. And as you go, like I said, remember that amidst all that machinery, you're the one who's going to make the picture. You and the spark.
And there's a break of structure.
In the end, they're one and the same. Guard that, because it's precious. Now it's time to get to work.
Maybe this chapter of your life is meant for you to do it alone. Maybe this is the time for you to practice independency, to do the things you've always known, but kept putting off for some reason. Maybe this phase is for you to be a little bored and lonely, because it might be what you need as you're putting the pieces back together. It might not be fun, but it's necessary, because in order to evolve into the next version of yourself, you need to find out who you truly are.
Everything you do, every choice you make, move you in the direction of what you say your vision is. And when you do that, the forces of life rise up to meet you. The reason why most people have such chaotic lives is because they're living in chaos in their head. And as soon as you get clear, it clears up.
You may be your dog is out. Know that night don't last forever. There's a morning coming in your life. Stay down till you come up.
So I was right both times. Just been scared to take a trade and took a trade at the wrong time.
There's only one thing a friend of mine years ago taught me when I was coming up, and I was deciding if I was gonna do this, if I was gonna pursue this life. And he's an Indian friend of mine. He said, "Abnahito kab." I think that means if not now, then when. So whatever you want to do, abnahito kab.
Most people aren't obsessed with their goals because they don't believe they're worthy of them. It's easy to dream about what you want, but in between where you are and what you want, there's a tremendous amount of stuff you got to change and do. But you do have a responsibility to do the work to change so that you can be the happy, fulfilled person that you were born to be.
If I were to shut down, and give in, I remember the accomplishment of it. So at those times, we were questioning if you had anything left. No, a day from then, a week from then, a month from then, a year from then, you will never remember discomfort or the pain. You will always remember the pride of the accomplishment. That lives on. That's why pain is temporary. Pride's forever, guys. You give it your all, you get it all. Tenfold.
You can't just take that one aspect, like I mentioned about John Bon Jovi, like you just mentioned, right? You can't be Tiger Woods and just take the 15 majors without the painkiller addiction, without the public humiliation, right? You can't take the 28 Olympic gold medals that Michael Phelps has without the depression and the suicide attempts. You can't take Johnny Walker's World Cup medal without the 10 years of pain that followed that, right? So many of these heroes have paid a huge cost to get where they are, huge cost. And we often just look at the upside and not the downside.
This is definitely going to be an unpopular take, but I think there's no greater privilege than having a sense of personal pressure. The pressure to always want to do a little better by yourself, to be a little harder on yourself when you have to, because you can actually take a lot more than you think or what society deems as healthy. To know how good it feels to be in a working flow state, to know how good it feels to be on one of those extreme discipline kicks, to be on a fucking tear with your workouts, your job, your social confidence, to genuinely know how it feels to live as the best version of yourself. And above all, to have a personal desire to want to chase all that. Because it seems so few are willing to push a little harder, even for the things that they know they want these days. Even if you fall off your wave, even if you fall into slumps like every single person does once in a while, even if it can feel overwhelming at times when you're always trying to figure out the best way to get back on the train, man, some people go their entire lives figuring out that there's even a train to catch. I firmly believe that pressure is what truly evolves and grows your identity. There's never any change if there's never any self-induced call to action. And as scary as it can all feel, do not run away from it. Lean into that calling, because that's the ultimate privilege that's going to guide your purpose in life. Neither love nor terror makes one blind. Indifference makes one blind.
Try the treadmill with no music. See how long you do that, because you'll be in your head so much and you hear yourself breathing. You ain't gonna do it as long as you used to do it. When you can put the music on and just go, it takes your mind off of it. You can do the work a lot easier. A lot of the talent that you see out there on the highest level come from circumstances that were such great circumstances.
People don't become successful just by accident. You know, I mean, maybe the guy that found gold in California and started the gold rush, but don't count on that. That's a one in a lifetime kind of a situation. So you got to really have a specific goal. And to me, to have that vision, you have to have a goal. Now, it doesn't have to be that specific goal, but it has to have some goal. This is why I always recommend to people, sit down, take your time, and start thinking about what is your goal.
Suffering creates perseverance. Perseverance creates character. Character creates hope. So if you think about that, when you have to go through any type of suffering, at the end of that suffering, if you exude perseverance, if you flex your perseverance muscle, you will then add layers to your character to then and only then have more hope in life.
In the final analysis, there are two parts of courage. Remember, Winston Churchill once said that courage is rightly considered the foremost of the virtues, for upon it all others depend. Courage is defined as the ability to act and to go forward in the face of uncertainty, is to face the fact that you may not succeed. It's the willingness to take chances and to take risks. The future belongs to the risk takers. The future belongs to people who are willing to take the risks necessary. The second part of courage is persistence. It's the willingness to endure. It's the willingness to hang in there. Once you've started and you have begun, there is a period between when you begin and when you get some result. And in that period, most people break and run. Most people fall apart. They cannot stand not knowing, so they rush back to their comfort zone. But what you have to do is be willing to persist in the face of adversity, even though there is no guarantee of success.
We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. That in fact it may be necessary to encounter defeats, so we can know who the hell we are. What can we overcome? What makes us stumble and fall and somehow miraculously rise and go on? I know that a diamond is the result of extreme pressure. Less time and less pressure, and it's just crystal or coal or fossilized leaves or just dirt. But time and pressure will create a diamond.
Stop looking for the perfect morning routine, the perfect calendar app, the perfect to-do list, the perfect notebook, the perfect logo, the perfect name. Just start. People trick themselves into thinking that they're getting closer to their goals because they're setting up the perfect plan, they're getting the perfect apps in place, they're doing all these things, but they're not. You just need to start. You just need to post an episode. You just need to send the email. You just need to post the video. Just get started first and then worry about all that other stuff later. All that other stuff that you're worried about doesn't matter at all if you never actually start.
But I'm starting to realize, bro, when you dance to your own rhythm, when you play by your own rules, and you living through your vision, that's a perfect indication you're doing it correctly. Because they literally don't see what you see. They don't see it. They don't see what you see. They don't see as far as you see. And they don't understand why you see what you see. They don't even understand where it's coming from internally. They don't. I didn't get that back then. I just knew I had the desire for more. I knew I had a vision that I couldn't ignore.
And I tell you, it's extremely dangerous in this world today. You can either be externally oriented or internally oriented. One is powerful, the other is incredibly weak, and it will destroy you. It will break you apart. If you're externally oriented, always focused on what people think of you, their expectations of you, what mommy and daddy expect out of you, what your friends think you're going to be able to do, etc., etc. If you're always focused on their opinions, you have no space to develop your own confidence. You're continually bouncing back and forth between the opinions of other people. Whereas if you listen to other people, it'll beat you up and you'll never be able to reach the goals that you want to reach in life. So the answer is to become internally oriented, to know what you want, to know what your goals are, to know what your desires are, to know what makes you unique, and to put your focus on that and not on other people's expectations of you.
Disappointment, to me, to win, you got to lose. To be successful, you got to have something that's not successful. To be happy, you got to have disappointment. So I think all of those things have evolved and happened to make me who I am and understand the benefits and the privileges I have from being who I am.
I need you to understand that you cannot escape from the pain and the void that's within with your vices and your distractions and your escapisms. The only way out is through. You don't have to remain in that trench. You can be drug and vice free with a simple realignment of your purpose and daily habits that will change your life forever. That starts with realizing that you are worth that. You deserve that life shift. Just go out and get it.
There's a reason why high-performing people don't have lots and lots and lots of people around them. Anything that doesn't contribute, anything that doesn't push you forward, anything that you feel like you're having to carry that doesn't belong, you have to cut it out. You cannot compete at the highest level or at even a high level carrying all this that comes from your old life. It's impossible, bro. No drama, no gossip, no fucking losers, no low ambition, no non-urgent people. And if you're gonna win, it's gonna take urgency. It's gonna take urgent action. That's reality. The journey is so hard and so competitive, and there's so many people out here trying to do what it is that you do, that if you don't cut that weight, you legitimately cannot compete at the highest level because everybody else at the higher level is fucking great too.
Here's the second thing, is persistence is self-discipline in action. And self-discipline is the foundation quality of a great personality. Everything we've talked about really depends upon our having the discipline to do it. And self-discipline means the willingness to do what you should do, when you should do it, whether you feel like it or not. Do what you should do, when you should do it, whether you feel like it or not. And if you can persist, you develop the habit of persistence. If you develop the habit of persistence, pretty soon you get to the point where nothing will stop you and you become unstoppable. In other words, everything we've talked about is that you build your own character. You create yourself in the image that you imagine for yourself. And your goal must be to become absolutely unstoppable in anything you do. Your goal must be to set big dreams and to set goals and to take responsibility and, by gum, to make anything out of your life that you want to make up, to do anything that you want, because there's no limits. At least there's no limits that you will ever reach or I'll ever reach in our lifetimes.
Life isn't a straight road. Some days it feels like nothing lines up. The timing is off, the answers don't come, and the moments you counted on slip away. But here's the thing, even in the uncertainty, life has a way of still giving you what you need. The mess is where the magic hides, so embrace the twists and lean into the unknown. Because it's in the cracks where the light gets through, and that light is all the reminder you need to keep going.
This world has gone soft because almost nobody has a deep-rooted problem that they just sit with. Another beer probably does the trick for the people that don't want to face what's actually going on with them. Another shallow relationship might be just enough to distract from the all-consuming insecurity. You know, I've had some real hard times, whether you believe it or not. I've felt lonely. I've felt purposeless. I've cried. I've hated the world. I've done it all. But I have never once forgotten what's going on with me. And I never will. It's rare to find understanding in that. Because if I'm gonna know for certain that someone won't abandon me, I better know that they've never abandoned themselves.
Order filled.
How many of us are really
Should've
left?
seen that coming. I mean, I kind of did.
Believe that you can. Visualize everything that you want to achieve.
Bro, I literally saw this play out.
Next
Could have
year,
bought in at the
and
top.
just hold on to
and then
that
I get the FOMO.
every single step of the way.
Sorry.
Hold on to the way that you see yourself just crossing the finish line, graduating school, in a PR in the gym. Just visualize that. Because your job is not to avoid the hard parts in life. Your job is to show up.
You're gonna lay in the bed you make. You're not gonna get away with nothing in terms of the energy. That might not catch you for what you're doing, but the energy is always gonna return to you. So when you just living in this cycle of being negative all day and just putting out negativity and that's the only energy you putting out, it's gonna return to you in a different form than you put it out in. Master your energy. Do your best to master your energy and
so
what
here's
you
a
put out.
5 minute.
And that's what you want. You know, because you entitled to whatever you want to create, whatever experience you want to create for yourself. But if you're tired of that, adjust the energy. You know what I mean? As best you can. Just adjust what you wake up thinking and what you say. And then lastly, what you do.
Alright, so it's 5 minute closed. Wait for it to come on here. Inverse.
Don't stress in the face of adversity.
That's an
Make
order
adversity
block.
something you desire for an opportunity to grow.
You have to get used to being alone, because there are seasons where you'll basically transition from one group of friends into another. And it's not even a group of friends. You'll usually transition from a group of friends into no friends. And then you'll find 1 or 2 people who are at a new level. And then sometimes those people introduce you to some of their friends. And if you keep walking and you keep outpacing, then that group will then start retiring past you. And then maybe one person stays with you, maybe no one does, and you'll have another lonely period. I'm saying this because I used to think that there was something wrong with me, when in reality, I just didn't understand what the nature of being exceptional meant. To be exceptional means that you are the exception. It means that you are not normal. And so it's normal for normal people to find you abnormal if you do things that are not normal.
Resilience is our ability to bounce back. I mean, in the simplest definition, resiliency is our ability to bounce back. But really what it means also is it's our ability not to get pushed that far, not to have to bounce that far back, because we built our resilience to a place where when life happens, and life's happening, life is going to keep coming. You've either gone through something, you're going through something, or you will go through something. Life's going to keep coming. Our resiliency, or our ability to take those things on, is a muscle. And it's a muscle that we can work on to allow us to take those things on as they're coming at us.
Why the fuck is it doing that?
The more we work on it, the better we get at it. In fact, the more we grow through, not go through, but grow through in our lives, the better that resilience muscle gets. So when these things are coming at us, instead of feeling like the victim, we want to embrace them.
Why is it?
Because they're growing our ability to take things on in the future. And as I grow my ability to take
Bro,
things on, I can start to take
just
them on
pissing me
to
off.
the people around me. I can show them how to
The
go
fuck
through
is
these
going
things
on?
and actually grow through these things. Resilience is an important part of who we are. When we build it, we become better. Better able to handle the things that are coming at us and continue to make the world
The fuck?
go round.
That shit is dumb.
They're small
Oh
gains.
shit.
That's it. And what
Shit skyrocketed
separates
up.
people who achieve their goals from people who do not is simple. People who achieve their goals understand the power of showing up every day and just doing the boring, tedious stuff. That's where greatness is made. It's in
Yeah,
the
I got
things
saved, I
that
guess, but-
aren't fun. It's in the stuff that nobody wants to do. That's the thing most people don't talk about. Goals are boring. All those people you admire that have what you want, you know what they're doing? They're doing the
Order
reps.
filled.
And if you've ever looked at somebody who becomes an overnight sensation, I want you to look at their actual story. Because they were doing the reps in the dark for a decade while nobody was paying attention. There is no shortcut here, period.
One day, win today. Then you wake up tomorrow and you do the same thing. And then you wake up on Wednesday and you do the same thing. Then you wake up on Thursday and you do the same thing. And guess what happens then? You create a winning streak. And when you do this long enough, you're forming new habits. Okay, and after a while, winning the day is not hard. It's easy. It becomes automatic. And when you get to the point where you're winning every day and it's automatic, guess what happens? Winning becomes who the f you are. And when winning becomes who the f you are, guess what you become? You become a winner.
What's the number one thing that's holding most people back from reaching their full potential?
The story. The story they sell themselves on. Everyone's got a story. And everyone wants to tell you their story of how bad they had it, how hard they had it. And the more times you tell yourself or others that story, the more you reinforce the fact that you're not meant to have happiness, success, abundance. They don't realize that they still hold the pen. There's thousands of empty pages still in that book that they can rewrite that story.
God damn.
But we have to let go of the
Shot
pages
through this
that
for
others have
everybody,
written in our book and realize we got this pen. And we can start writing how the story looks from this day forward. But what's stopping them is the work that they haven't done. The work of healing through their traumas, their insecurities, their limiting beliefs, the glass ceiling, the whatever the thing is.
A mentality of greatness. And no breaks. I hate to tell people that. Today's time, everybody wants it fast. You can be popular, but to be great, Monday on top of Tuesday, Tuesday on top of Wednesday, Wednesday on top of Thursday, Thursday on top of Friday, Friday on top of Saturday, Saturday, Sunday. Let's start over. Let's start over. Let's start over. Let's start over.
When nothing seems clear, trust that the fog is part of the journey. Man, the fog is part of the journey. So often when we're going down our paths and, you know, there's a lot of fog around us and we can't see, we get so discouraged. We think something is wrong. We feel like the fog is negative. Oh my gosh, I can't see. Oh my gosh, I'm lost, I'm confused, I don't know what's going on. Whoa, whoa. Understand the fog is a part of the journey. It's teaching you how to trust. And what is it making you trust? It's helping you to trust in the one step right in front of you. Because whenever you're in fog, you can't see down the road, but you can see the one step in front of you. And you just got to keep trusting that if I keep taking that, even when I can't see, that eventually clarity will come. And you keep doing that, and eventually what happens? You gracefully move through that fog, and you step into that sunlight. You step into that clarity.
Close it.
And it's a beautiful thing. And all that came because you were able to understand that the fog is a part of the journey. Rather than seeing the fog and resorting back or staying stuck, because you have the right perspective of it, it allowed you to move through it and step into the light.
So my big thing is, when I live my life, I want to make sure that when I'm dead and gone, that I wring that wash rag out, and that wash rag is my soul. And I also believe that we're going to end up one day meeting a maker, if you believe in one. And I believe that maker knows everything about you. Everything about you. Knows I was going to be here and talking to you. Knows everything. But you also have a choice to make. You have a choice to make. We have choices. And the one thing that scares me to death in my life is getting to heaven and not being where I'm supposed to be. And I believe that God has a chart, and he looks at the chart and he puts it in front of you and you get to heaven. He says, hey, this is what you're supposed to be. And one of my biggest fears in life was to see that chart and not have every block checked off. You know, I want to make sure that I'm constantly pursuing whatever it is I'm pursuing, just to be the best I constantly, just constantly grinding myself into a fine powder.
So don't give up, though the pace seems slow. You may succeed with another blow. Success is just failure turned inside out. It's a silver tint of the clouds of doubt. And you never can tell how close you are. It may be near, but it seems so far. So stick to the fight when you're hardest hit. It's when things seem worst that you must not quit.
Together, they said to me, well, how can you continue? Can you, do you have the strength or the will or the enthusiasm or so? And I said, how can you ask this question? It is, if I abandon this project, I would be a man without dreams. And I don't want to live like that. I live my life, or I end my life with this project.
It can't be done. This is why I try to tell you, anything and everything can be done if you can visualize it and if you believe in yourself. Let me tell you, you're going to find the naysayers in every turn that you make. Don't listen. Just visualize your goal, know exactly where you want to go. Trust yourself. Get out there and work like hell. And break some of the rules and never, ever be afraid of failure.
Take full responsibility for what happens to you. It's one of the highest forms of human maturity, accepting full responsibility. It's the day you know you've passed from childhood to adulthood, the day you accept full responsibility. I used to have that long list of reasons why I wasn't doing well. I used to blame the government. I used to blame taxes. Look what you got left after they take everything. And they expect you to do well. I used to blame the weather. I blamed the traffic. I used to blame my car. I blame the manufacturers.
All right, so here we go.
See, I used to blame
Break
everything
a structure.
else. And then let me give you a little philosophy to help turn
we're
your life
looking
around.
for
For your notes, here it is. It's not
inverse fair value gap right here.
what happens that determines the quality or the quantity of your life. It's not what happens. It's what you do that changes everything.
Face it, you do not look away when challenges come. You don't blame yourself if at that moment in time you're not able to face it. The only thing you're gonna do is you step back, you take time for yourself, you invest the work, and prepare yourself to return.
You just gotta weather it and keep on walking and don't flinch. Don't let them know they got you. And what we do is at a standstill, or stepping back, because we don't do that. We keep on walking.
I bet you and I have a lot in common. We're not the strongest, smartest, or richest people we know. We're not the fastest or most connected. We're not the best looking or most talented. We don't have the best genetics. But what we do have is something a lot of those other people will never have: the will to work. If there's one unavoidable truth in this world, it's that there is no substitute for putting in the work. There's no shortcut or growth hack or magic pill that can get you around the hard work of doing your job well, of winning something you care about, or of making your dreams come true. Work works. That is the bottom line. No matter what you do, no matter who you are, my entire life has been shaped by that single ideal.
It's all in your mind. Whatever you hold in your mind will tend to occur in your life. If you continue to believe as you have always believed, you will continue to act as you have always acted. You will continue to get what you have always gotten. If you want different results in your life or your work, all you have to do is change your mind.
Self-doubt is one of the many ways we can become enemies of our own progress, saboteurs of our destinies. This can come up as a result of us amplifying our incapabilities. We seem to project failure into our future based off a temporary hurdle.
either one that we have overcome or one that's currently in our path. But your analysis of yourself cannot be built on a foundation of deceit. Now, while it is okay and absolutely necessary to locate your flaws and weaknesses, it is not okay to marinate in them. It is not okay to let them overtake your identity. You are not inadequate. You are not insignificant. And you are not someone who is incapable of the very change or greatness you so desperately seek.
Bruce Lee quote. He said, "In great attempts, even failure is glorious." Failure shows you who you are. So the reality is you love failure. You just don't love it when it's yours. But when it's Kobe, oh yeah. When it's LeBron, oh yeah. He didn't win these championships. Look at him now, yeah. You were a fan of LeBron, you're really a fan of yourself. You just haven't finished your story.
You know, that's one of the biggest things that just continues to keep people in shackles, is the story they just keep telling themselves each and every day about why they aren't good enough, about why they can't do something, about how it won't work, you know? So really challenge yourself to change the story, change the narrative, the ability to write out our own story, the ability to manifest and to create the things that we want to create in this life.
Do you wonder why you feel like you're not capable? Because you're telling yourself that you're not capable. Stop telling yourself you're not capable. You are capable. Tell yourself, I am capable. I have everything I need to try to do what I want to do. You have everything you need to be capable. But don't listen to the stories you tell yourself.
The question of worth it is reliant on an outcome. We don't make these things for an outcome. It's not the mindset to make something great. The outcome happens, you're making the best thing you can make. It's a devotional practice. Whatever happens after that happens. And that part happens after it is completely out of your control.
You are responsible for your life. And if you're sitting around waiting on somebody to save you, to fix you, to even help you, you are wasting your time, because only you have the power to take responsibility to move your life forward. What matters is now, this moment, and your willingness to see this moment for what it is, accept it, forgive the past, take responsibility, and move forward.
Seneca famously said, "We do not learn in school, but in life." If you want to live a life of success, if you want to develop into a complete person, you must learn from life, the experiences, the people, the places that you go to, and understand that the culmination of your experiences is what gives you the knowledge to make better decisions for your future. But I decided to learn from my experiences. I decided to put myself in situations that were uncomfortable so that I could grow and become better. And the better you become, the better life gets.
If you want the future to change for you, you've got to change. If you don't change, the next 6 years of your life is going to be just like the last 6.
Order filled.
You'll still be behind on your bills. You'll still be behind on your promises. If you will change, everything will change for you. If you will get better, everything will get better for you. If you'll change your philosophy, if you'll change your habits, if you'll refine your thinking, if you'll change and accept some new disciplines, if you'll turn the corner where you've been in the past and go for a new life for the future, all kinds of remarkable things will happen for you if you will change.
Like everyone else, you want to learn the way to win, but never to accept the way to lose. To accept defeat. To learn to die is to be liberated from it. So when tomorrow comes, you must free your ambitious mind and learn the art of dying.
If you have tough shit happen to you, it sucks, and it's not your fault. But now what? Where do we go? My 2 cents, win anyways, and prove that you can win even when the chips are stacked against you and you're dealt a lousy hand. Because we can't get dealt a new hand. We gotta play the cards we got rather than hoping the dealer rules in our favor. So again, what do you do with your shitty hand? The only thing possible, you play it the best you can.
Understand that your attempt to do better cannot be based off your previous understanding of your lesser self. You are not who you used to be, no matter how little the difference is. Remember this, just because you can't do something right now or haven't been able to do so in the past, does not mean you won't be able to do so tomorrow or sometime in the future.
Is it done? Oh.
The life you want is on the other side of a few hard conversations, and you're living a life you hate because you're too afraid to have them.
There wasn't a lot of smiley faces with me out there. There wasn't a lot of smiley faces with Michael Jordan. There weren't a lot of smiley faces with Kobe Bryant. There weren't a lot of smiley faces with Tiger Woods, right? Tiger wasn't trying to be friends with anybody. Tiger had no friends. Tiger's friends were guys that he knew he could kick their butt.
I want to wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go, come on, man, we're going running. Like, I want to see what you do when you're tired. Let me see how you push yourself. Come on, man, get up. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. The next day. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Keep going. How long can you maintain a positive attitude? Where's all this teaching? You're teaching people. You can't do shit yourself. You need to show people that you could do it.
Yeah, keep moving, baby. Keep moving. I love it. I love it. Listen. I've been down me since I started training. I love it. The more you boo me, the stronger I get, baby. I'm used to this. Y'all can't stop me. Keep it up, baby. Keep it up. Y'all can't stop me. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. You talk about that you were kind of, lonely by yourself. I was the same way. And that used to hurt me growing up. Now I fucking thrive in that shit. That's the only place to be.
You don't know when the end is coming, but you still need to fight like the second mouse who gets out, gets right off, and gets put back in. And the only certainty that I can give you is that it's the same thing that every other mouse, every other person who got through that period went through. And you won't die. And if you do die, you won't care because you'll be dead.
When I wake up in the morning, I have got to be running towards the thing that I want to do and not walking towards it, not, I really don't feel like doing this, or God, why did I agree to do this, or why did I get into this business with somebody at such, I got to be running to it. And I realized that if I'm able to do that, get up in the morning and run to it, then I'm in that place of joy and happiness. Doesn't mean that the work goes away, the work ethic goes away, you work even harder, but so I got to run towards it.
A fighter, a fucking cage fighter at the highest level of the game. Talking about a guy who knocked out Conor McGregor. You know what I mean? He's a beast.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, his ability to, like, get things done is exceptional.
Yeah.
You know, he's an exceptional person. And so his understanding of that fact, that you can't just wait for things to get perfect. You just go out and do stuff.
What are you fucking doing today, tomorrow, the next fucking day? That's why I don't listen to theorists. I don't listen to all that bullshit. I listen to a motherfucker who's like this, man. What's wrong, man? I'm fucking tired, dude. Why are you tired? Because tomorrow, I gotta do the fucking shit again, man. Whatever shit is that made me fucking nauseous and sick to my stomach, it made me hurt, there's no ending. And that's the person I listen to. That's the person who's gained knowledge. You gain knowledge through suffering. And on the other end of suffering is a world that very few have ever seen. It's a beautiful world, because that's where you find yourself. You don't find yourself in over here. You find yourself on the other end.
I'd say one of the strongest mental frames that has gotten me through my hardest times is thinking this will be the story that I will one day tell. And that means the harder it is, the bigger the dragon, the more epic the story, and by consequence, the more epic the hero. And if you think about the difference between winners and losers, Winners define themselves by what they made happen, and losers define themselves by what happened to them.
The question is, do we believe we can become it? Without that belief, every journey will run into a debate. That debate is when pain starts to fill the body. You weigh the temporary pain versus a lifetime of pride. What are you gonna do? How bad do you want it? There's two options. To continue forward, pushing upward. And if you do, that dream is given birth, and forever you will live in the reality of it. If you stop, quit, throw in the towel, I promise you there's no distance you can travel far enough to ever find that dream again. For it is dead. And in its death, it's replaced by regret. Right now, it's your choice.
We're not on this stage just because of talent or ability. We're up here because of 4 a.m. We're up here because of 2-a-days or 5-a-days. We're up here because we had a dream and let nothing stand in our way. If anything tried to bring us down, we used it to make us stronger. We were never satisfied, never finished, will never be retired. My high school English teacher, Mr. Fisk, I actually paid attention one time in class, and he said, he had this beautiful quote, and it read, "Rest at the end, not in the middle." And I took that to heart. I believe there's time for resting at the end, but for me, that time is not now. Thank you for this tremendous honor in acknowledging my basketball career, but I'm far from done. My next dream is to be honored one day for inspiring the next generation of athletes to have a dream, sacrifice for it, and never, ever rest in the middle.
The ones who are confident, quiet in the room, it's like in a board meeting. The quiet ones will sit, and they're really the powerful ones in the meeting who make all the decisions. The quiet ones, the ones who are behind the scenes trying to hold you down, those are the ones who are chicken shit anyway, who will never come to you, you'll never see them. And I realized instead of me trying to find them or try to figure out, well, who made that call and why did this happen? I thought, okay, I'll always remember the people who were good to me. And then I realized the person I compete with most is just me. It's you versus you.
No, you do your own thing, you know, especially when everyone else isn't doing it. They call you crazy, whatever else. Oh, you're in here, and people driving by being like, what the fuck is that guy doing up so late? Well, what's up so late mean? I don't know. It's the moments in life, the decisions you make on a moment-to-moment basis that add up to be the guy or not the guy. Tonight, I did something, you know, that I feel more of a guy. For me, who I am, my guy. You know, repeat that over and over and over again. It's just, one, it's a better life. You feel like more confident, you have a better sense of reality. You know, the way you go about your day is in a more productive fashion. You're more goal-oriented. They all just synergetically go together into a movement, a force that's very unstoppable, man.
But before you can ever reach anything, you have to believe it. You don't just mistakenly become great at something. You probably at one time or another, believe that you can be great at that. And then you work to get great at that, and you reach that greatness. But you don't mistakenly become great. And then you start to believe, oh man, I'm great at that. No, you believed that before, and you work to get that. So I always believe that. And I'll work every day to reach that.
You ain't gonna do what I'm gonna do. So this is how you level up. That's how you level up. I know there's a whole bunch of people with that right there. That fires me up. That makes me fucking happy, what you just said. That brings joy to my life right there.
Why?
Because I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few more hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage.
I have to work. I have to work. I have to do something with my own two hands. So I have a philosophy these days that you got to put in the work with our own two hands, because this is the stuff that you can control. We control the controllables, as we say. The other part is a competitive nature that is in my DNA and it's in my blood, just like it runs in all of our constitution and our makeup here in this room, and yours included, where I love the competition, I love to win, and I also love to I love to learn. I don't say lose, I say I love to learn. So I would say it's a combination of that. For me, the work ethic comes from, I never want to be evicted again, which is probably why I need therapy. The other side to that is a competitive nature. And that competitive nature, that never goes away.
I realize you go higher, you go even more alone. Why? Because nobody is willing anymore to invest their energy in going higher. Because it's becoming more difficult. They say, oh, it's already okay here. Why you still want to move up there? The air is getting thinner over there. It's getting more hard to breathe. It's getting more dangerous, whatever. So that means along this way, the higher you want to go, the more likely you're gonna walk alone. This is the next thing.
We don't want that person who's constantly challenging our weaknesses. We want that person who's constantly, making us feel nice and good and secure in ours. That's the mediocrity of life. We want to be the best amongst the average people. People wonder, how do you stay hungry all the time? Because after I accomplish something, I don't sit back like a lot of guys who graduate buds, graduate this, graduate that. They get comfortable. They wonder why I'm getting weak, man. I don't know, I lost my edge. What's going on? Because once you hit the top of the fucking mountain, guess what happened? I'm good. I'm good, so you wonder why you're falling down now. Because once you hit the top of the mountain, you gotta build a fucking another one. That's mediocrity. There's a lot of people in mediocrity who have a nice resume, but they're one-timers, man. They hit a one-time deal, they busted it open, got a lot of money, but they're good. You're mediocre now, man.
It wasn't about the potential. It wasn't about the genetics. It wasn't about the perseverance. And it wasn't about being the hardest fucking worker in the room. That's what got them there, and it didn't happen overnight. They got knocked down more than they ever stood up. But they kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going, because what else is the alternative? To be average again. That sucks, man. And it really sucks when you've tasted success at one point in your life.
You can't be weak.
Yeah.
And in this country, being weak is thought of as a virtue.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson has a really interesting way of looking at this, and he said it to me once, and it made a lot of sense. He said, people think that you should be weak and you should be docile, and then you should be a pacifist. He goes, no, you should be a monster. He said, you should be a monster, you should be ruthlessly ambitious, and then learn how to control it. And it's that old expression, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Facts. We're all writing a book. What's your book look like? What does your fucking book look like? Like, your life is a book. You got a bunch of chapters in your book, but when they close that book...
What are they gonna say?
How good was the book? How good was your book? What was the ending to your book? If the ending to my book can be so amazing because of all that was done, not the money, all that was accomplished, the first to do, the man that did this, he caused the merger between this. Because of his commitment and growth to this, the communities were then given this, made education this, changed the way the schooling was blah, 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 gave books, gave computers, gave all of the things that can be associated with you and your existence become a part of the chapters in your book.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Energy, let it out. 7, 8, 9, 10, a machine here. There you go. Nobody works like David in this house. 13, come on. 14, come on. 15, shut that muscle down. 16, come on. Get it. 17. They don't know me, son. Get it. They don't know 18, me, son. Get it. 19. They don't know me, son. Yeah. 20, you got some more. Yeah. 21, yeah, get it again. Come on, we want to see it. Good, 22. Who's going to carry the boats and the logs? That's you, buddy. Come on, 23. Come on, 24. One more, David. Who's one more to carry the boats? You're going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. You did it. Yeah.
I'm telling you what, man, once you get it, come on over this side of the fence, you don't see fucking problems anymore, man. You see situations. You see possibilities. And you can't wait to get them started, man. You're like, why did I wait so long to engage? It doesn't matter about the past. It's today. What are we doing today? Or are we going to engage now? And once we engage, we commit. There's no half commitment. There's no quarter commitment. There's no three-quarter. It's full commitment. Once we engage, it's every fucking day we engage. Because that's the better life. And the people you will surround yourself are like-minded. And they're better friends. Friends and family for life, man. They have your back. They're solid individuals, doing solid tasks, leaving a solid impact of legacy for other people. That's a fucking solid life, man. It's your option, though. What are you gonna do?
I'm still stuck with something that I don't want to let go. This is like a practical way. On the one side, you can really just argue by, listen, if from the 24 hours a day, you are like sleeping 8 hours and you still have then the rest of 16 hours to invest in something. If from these 16 hours, you are spending 10 hours sitting there thinking about how nice everything was a few days ago.
Order filled.
Well, it's just blocking you from investing these 10 hours in now starting to do something now or planning something that you want to put into place later.
Questioning who you are, wondering what is possible, wondering what you are capable of doing. That's how that looks. Or you can be me, which, am I happy?
Damn, that's a crazy inverse.
I don't know. Never really thought about it. Don't really care about it. Because all I really cared about was when I looked in that fucking mirror, I saw a piece of shit. Happiness wasn't on the mirror at 16 or when I was 300 pounds. It wasn't like, oh, I'm looking for happiness. No, I'm looking at myself in the mirror and say, all right, motherfucker, you did it again today. You're a bad boy.
Once you realize that is when greatness will happen. People think that you are not a threat. But I know differently. Doesn't resonate. You have many gifts. Andrew is a gift. What is in here is a gift. You do not think like other men. You are unpredictable. That will serve you well. Use your inner intelligence. And I promise you, my son, that one day the whole world will know and fear.
You're lazy. You know exactly what to do. Exactly what to do. Because even me, in my state of, I can't read and write, I knew exactly what to do. It just sucks doing it. It sucks to do it. It sucks to wake up every morning of your life and say, God, man, I'm not smart. So guess what I gotta do? I gotta study the same shit that I got one of the highest scores in the nation on, and do it again, do it again, do it again. It's not just there. It's not just there permanently for me. So yeah, it's all stick. It's all stick. The only carrot you have is like, maybe. Because whenever I take these tests that are real hard, in the back of my brain, it's like, there's a good chance you're not gonna make it, Goggins. This ain't you, bro.
Passion is free. Nobody can charge you for passion. Nobody can tell you what passion looks like. Because that's all about you. Effort is isolated. The reason why effort is isolated, because nobody can dictate it. Effort is 100% in the mind. No coach, no player, nobody else can make you run to the ball. Nobody else can make you finish a tackle. Nobody else can do it. That's why it's the most isolated things in this earth right now. It's effort. And when you finally figure it out, how to win real battles, it's found through fundamentals. That's what wins championships. That's what wins battles. Blocking, tackling, until they get tired. Because you don't know what tired feels like. That's the only reason we do this.
This ain't you. You weren't born like this. This ain't you. The real you, bro. Study all you want to, but the second that fucking computer comes on with 150 questions, this ain't you, man. And somehow, it comes back, I passed. Passed again. But that real me back here every fucking time is saying, that ain't you, bro. That ain't you. And I have to outwork that voice. When I'm taking that test and I get to a question, I don't fucking know the answer, I'm like, fuck, man. And then say, I told you, man, that ain't you. You're 300 pounds, man. You sit at home, you figure out how to do your hair. That's what you do. How to come to school with the reverse baldness when you're 16. That's you.
Everybody has that voice in their head that says, hey, could you really do this? Is it gonna happen? A lot of times we all say, somebody blows a whistle and says, all right, come on, you don't belong here, get out of here, we're taking you back. That's not the way it is. If you believe it, if you really believe that you could be something, if you have that little voice in your head saying, hey, you got talent, you could do this. Son, don't worry, you're gonna do it, you're gonna make it, okay? Because if they don't have the will to do it, don't worry, they'll quit. You'll quit because you just can't do it because it's too damn hard. It really is.
How bad do you want this? If it's as bad as you want to live or breathe or sleep, whatever the hell it may be, I can work with you. But a lot of people, most people don't want it that badly, which is why they always ask the question, man, how did you get to where you are? You know how to do it. You know exactly how to be you or how to be me. You don't want to do it.
Just go up a little.
So I can't make you do it. And nor do I have the time or energy to force you into that place that I know you have to be to do it. There's no luck in this game, man. There may be a little bit of luck, but the luck happens after you bust your ass and you put yourself in that lucky situation. Luck doesn't happen. You put yourself in that situation where luck might fucking happen.
Order filled.
I had the power to turn back time.
So here's these fair value gaps. Probably have one more trade before I get stopped out. 750 is
every
my
moment that you go through means
total
absolutely
profit.
nothing because you can always go back and do it again. So it loses its flavor. It loses its beauty. And things are final. You know, moments won't ever come again.
I always tell people that about working out. Like, fuck your motivation. Fuck your motivation. You need discipline because motivation's not there every day. I'm missing motivation most days.
Wow,
Some
really?
days, yeah, sometimes I got motivation. Some days I'm like, okay, today I felt good. I can't wait to get to the gym. But a lot of days, like, gotta get to the gym. And then once I get going, then I feel great.
Yeah.
And I feel great when it's over. But it's that beginning part that's hard because your body wants to stay comfortable. Your body will trick you.
You have to work hard. Everybody in this room knows if it's worth something to you, you got to put in the effort. And, you know, the tricky thing, as we know with social media, is you let people in a little bit. You let them in on what you want them to see. But at the end of the day, I always feel like social media may be the tip of the iceberg that you allow people to see, but it's everything underneath the water that they don't see. And I always like to say it's the work we put in when nobody's watching that really matters. It's easy, I think, when you go to work, you got a lot of people around, you galvanize everybody, you could feel the momentum and the energy start to go. And not to oversimplify the work, but it leads to work begets work. So if we're all together in a room, we're gonna work, but it's the stuff you do on your own, away from everybody, really that matters. So you gotta put in the work. How hard do I work? I work hard.
Life isn't fair. We have to understand that. It shouldn't be fair. It's a trial ground, it's a testing ground. It's built to make us harder. It's built to make us as strong as we can, to test us, to drive us. So, mentality is the only thing that gets us through life. I was an underdog. We are all underdogs in life. Even the baddest person in the world should think that way. So you should always have I've never arrived mentality. And the can't hurt me mentality is no matter where you come from, the sewer or wherever you think you're from, when I got out of the sewer, I got to the road and looked around and said, can't hurt me. Nothing should be able to hurt you. If you believe that, it starts to become true.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men in hard times. We're in the time of toxic masculinity, right? Where you could be toxically male. And then if you're suppressing masculinity, you're going to bring on hard times. It doesn't mean masculinity doesn't mean you're mean. It doesn't mean you're angry. It means strength. It means discipline. It means the ability, like you need a military. And if you don't think you need a military, you need to go and pay attention to the rest of the world, because there's militaries all over the world that are doing horrific things. If you don't have a military in this country that can combat that and at least act as a deterrent to them doing things, you're gonna get taken over. That's what's happened.
If I have a cookie cutter message, it may hit 5 people out of 25. You just failed. My message needs to be in a way where I can hit all 25 people. It needs to be broad enough to where all 25 people may not like the message, but they're getting something from it. And that is evolution. You must continue to evolve. And you don't evolve, for me, in my job, unless I cap myself somewhere and say, okay, you made this much money, get back to fucking work. It's time to get back to work. Stop hearing yourself talk, get off the podcast, don't be on social media too much, cut out all the fucking noise, get back to the fucking mental lab, because that's where the knowledge came from. So for me, I must cap myself so I can come back with better, more unique knowledge versus all that cookie cutter knowledge that's out there. That's why people buy the books I have, because it's not cookie cutter. It's real knowledge.
You don't actually need me to stand for anything. You just need me to stand. To be the strong man, the man of action. My God, you're addicted to action and slogans. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I do, just as long as I'm doing something, you're happy to be along for the ride. And frankly, I don't blame you. With all the foolishness and indecision in your lives, why not a man like me? I don't apologize. In the end, I don't care whether you love me or you hate me, just as long as I win. The deck is stacked. The rules are rigged. Welcome to the death of the age of reason. There is no right or wrong. Not anymore. There's only being in.
Or being out.
And then being out.
If this room is completely dark, I am alone. Even if somewhere behind there, I see a spark of light. I see a spark of hope, which is behind there. Yeah, but for me, experiencing here, there is still the gap of darkness in between me and the spark of hope. So around me,
okay, so
me, it's dark.
What we're looking for,
and I don't have anybody left and right from me. To build yourself up, to have a certain amount of, let's say,
kind of
responsibility for yourself. This is why I'm emphasizing all the time in all of these years. Make yourself strong. Make yourself strong. We all want peace, yes. But here, in our place, we not just want to have peace. Peaceful and strong. This combination I prefer better.
If you guys do not do that, I promise you, your life will haunt you for the rest of your days. If there's potential inside of you, which you know it's there, but you're too scared to tell anyone else about it, and you go on and on, get older and older and older and older, and the windows of opportunity start to close, and you knew it could have been given birth to, but you never did.
If I didn't get stopped out, man, if I didn't get, I should have had my stop loss right here.
It'll be more, it's a living nightmare, dude. That fact that you had the ability to do something and you're too weak to fucking turn the key and start the engine on it, it's a greater disappointment and a greater burden to carry than any of this physical sweat equity or pain in the gym or sacrifice. All that is just nothing compared to a life where you're burdened by regret, guys.
What are you willing to give up?
Order
What
filled.
are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to forgo? Because a lot of people, like this guy came in one time, I was a trainer. And he goes, man, I can stop doing anything but my frappuccinos. I go, fucking leave. Because I'm looking for that person like me. People, it's hard for people to understand how I lost 106 pounds in less than 3 months. I sat down at the table and I said to myself, what are you willing to give up?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
And when people come to me,
that Goggins
kind
mentality,
of mindset,
dog.
I can work with you. When you are willing to strip yourself down to nothing and give everything, that's who I want to work with. Because now I can mold you into exactly who you want to be.
There's a moment when every boy realizes no one's coming to save him. And that's when he becomes a man. And some boys never get there and stay children forever. That guy was you that said that. And it's important when we step out of this. Like, this stuff matters because no one's effing coming to save you. No one's going to make you better at your business. No one is going to get you to be a better persuader of people or framer of people other than you. And I just feel like that's one of the more profound philosophical comments. There's a lot of grown men and women that are still boys and girls because they think someone else is coming to change their life.
One thing important is that we all have these moments in time that either make you or break you, that can determine the rest of your life. The rest of your life can be determined by one simple decision. 19 years ago, 300 pounds, I was spraying for cockroaches. I made a decision to try to be a Navy SEAL. My whole goal was to go on this path every day after work and to run a mile to a mile and a half. This rock was about the 0.5 mark in my run. This rock was a moment that should have broken me. I got 0.5 into it. I weighed 297 pounds. I sat on this rock and I had a decision to make. I wanted to quit. I wanted to give up. There wasn't some inspirational quote. There wasn't nothing. It was me, myself, and it was freezing out here. I had to make a decision. The decision I make was to get up and keep on going. That one moment changed the rest of my life.
There comes a day where being average, being mediocre, is just sickening to you. It's just sickening. It makes you want to throw up because you've seen people with far less talent than you. As you're growing up with them, their childhood buddies, whatever else, they didn't have what you had. Yet now they're fucking to become something that you haven't. There comes that day. It's either when you're young, you know, and it strikes you on the baseball field because you're sick of striking out, or it's when you get fired from your 5th job, you know, and your wife and kids are on your ass because you don't know how to support them anymore. There comes a fucking day where push comes to shove, where being mediocre, being like average, it shit just fucking burns. It sucks so much. You can't deal with it one more day, and you get off your fucking ass, and you create something that's always been there. It's always been inside of you trying to come out. Crazy. But you've never wanted to unwrap it because it's too much fucking pain.
Do you want to do this or not? Which is what I think a lot of it boils down to. Do you actually want to do this or not? Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. And if you don't really want to do it, what's going to stop you? Just about anything that comes up. Just about any obstacle that gets in your way becomes an excuse. It becomes a reason, it becomes a rationale for not proceeding down that path. And this is interesting too. When you talk to people that went to SEAL training that didn't make it, most of the time it's some reason. There's a medical reason, there's a family problem. There's very few people that look at you and say, oh, I quit because it sucked.
There is no get out of jail free card. This is why I say stay hard. Because when you weren't given the gifts, the only thing you can do in life is stay hard. And I know people cannot stand me. They can't stand this talk.
Hopping off. Well, I have an order coming in. Somebody's gonna come
There's
by
no magic
at
pill
9, so
or a magic potion.
probably just last
All
until
you can
then.
do is outwork the man that God created, or woman, in you. And what that looks like is unfun. That's why I said do not do a documentary on me. Because people will not see the truth. They will see what they want to see. I don't want to live like that. Good. Good. And you will live exactly the way you live now.
And I thought, well, the first two don't seem like it's in my DNA. I know what we should do. Let's go build more mountain. Not only let's go build more mountain, but the difference is, for me, is now bringing everybody with us to build more mountain as well. So everybody can get not only so everyone can take accountability for the work ethic that we're all going to put in, but everyone can enjoy building this mountain too as well. Because what happens is you ultimately, as we go along on the road of life, you become so uniquely focused, myopic on the thing that you want to attract and compete for and accomplish. You and I were talking backstage about that, about, you know, just everything that you have done and continue to do.
You were scared you were going to fail. You were scared if you started, you never finish it. You didn't want to tell anyone about it. You knew it was there, but you never wanted to embark on it until something fucking hits. You get fired or somebody else gets success, remind you of what you could have been. And then that fucking spark is born. And no matter what happens, I'm never gonna be in this boat again. And you get up and you go, even if it gets knocked down, you just keep going, you're a wild man. And life has never been so sweet. That can happen at an early age, it can happen at a later age. It's gonna happen to somebody no matter what, it's gonna happen to you. And when it does happen to you, thank your lucky stars that finally you're alive.
God damn.
It's time to unwrap the potential you can be. Superior, man. It's within you. It's within every single one of us. And the people that have risen to that level were no different than any one of us. It's just they believed it and they're willing to work their fucking ass off to get it.
Only do things that only we can do. It was about doing things that we didn't even know we could do yet, which became 1 of 0. And that's why that became the brand that I'm going to continue to wear for the next few years and build that association. But I think that that kind of encapsulates my personal life goal, which is like, what would I do if I weren't afraid? And what would I do if I knew I couldn't fail? And the idea that I will never wish for fewer epic stories at the end of my life. And I've never regretted
I should have done it.
I've always regretted things that I didn't try. And so just along those lines of trying to create more bias internally towards action rather than inaction, and normalizing consequences of failure as we said earlier, win or learn.
Because you're not like everybody else. You know, when you're built different than everybody else and you have this desire for more and this desire for achievement and this desire to win, everybody else looks at you like you're fucked up. And they'll tell you that too. You know, what the is wrong with you? Like, why can't you just relax? Why can't you just do this? Because I'm just not built that way, man. And as I've gotten a little bit older, I've gotten better at accepting it. And it's sort of embracing the fact that this provides a lot of good, but there's a lot of things that you have to deal with that aren't so good.
The small steps in between the big successes that everyone sees. No one sees this. Right now, I'm saying, like, there's a confidence to it, man. There's a bad motherfucker that's right here, you know, that's getting ahead of the competition. There's an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and pride and satisfaction with that. You know, I didn't have to shoot up anything. I didn't have to drink anything. I didn't have to go party anything. All I had to do was just go work out. And now what's going to happen is a residual effect of that. Not only does my body grow, but my belief in whatever my current endeavors are, they seem closer. They seem like, you know, I can reach out and grab them now. And you don't get that sense of confidence by going through society's rhyme to reason.
He worked day and night, every day, for years and years and years and years and years. As time went on, 20 years had passed, and he felt that he had accomplished all that he set out to accomplish. But what he come to realize is that the goal that he set out initially of becoming the greatest of all time was a very fickle one. And what he realized that the most important thing in life is how your career moves and touches those around you, and how it carries forward to the next generation. But he realized that's what makes true greatness. The story would be about transformation of a kid looking inwardly to then growing up and understanding the importance and the power he's looking outward.
My friends were the guys that were in the battle with me. So it's very different in today's age, which I actually think is a little, you've got to create a lot of different emotion to heighten your sense of awareness and focus. Like for me, anger was good. Anger was good because it was motivating. The more I could create an enemy, the more I wanted to go out and kill those guys. Now, I knew I wasn't gonna kill them physically, but man, if I could just, what did they say? You know, and what did they look like? Did they disrespect me at all? You know, and did that asshole say something? Like, those are little things that can get me right in the emotional frame of mind that when I ran on the field and I said, let's fucking go. It was really, let's Go kick some ass. That's what we were doing.
When you eat a fucking great, juicy steak, man, you want to have that again. When you go out and you train hard to play baseball and you connect and you hit the winning home run, you want to feel that way again. When you taste these finer things of life, all the pain, all the work, all the sacrifice to get them, it's well worth it. If anything, it's a small down payment for the price and the reward you got. And that feeling, and once felt, how do you ever turn your back on it? Stop running from the potential of what you can be, guys. It's inside of you. It's always been there. Grab a buddy of yours. Say, man, me and you are gonna fucking do this together. And you're gonna be on my ass if I start slacking. I'm gonna be on your ass if I start slacking. And I'll never accept mediocre again.
I need to take every excuse that they may have away from them. They need to see me outworking them every day, not trying to put them down, but saying, God, man, if he's doing this, man, so when I tell you to do something, you can't say no. You realize, fuck, he's getting after it every day. I cannot say no to him. He's leading by example. So that's what it's all about. It's about, and people say lead by example. It's so easy to say that, man. It's so easy to say that, but to do that every day, to wake up every day miserable and say, God, I don't want to do this anymore, that's when you know you're a leader. When you're at that point and you're saying to yourself, every night, it's Groundhog's Day. Every single day, you know, I'm going back in the lab again, man. I'm going back in the lab every single day. You know it's not going to end. That's when you know you're being a leader, when your life truly is it sucks.
If you're trying to do something meaningful, if you don't have the mindset that you're the best ever, you failed already. So if you don't have the mindset that you are the best reporter ever, then you already failed. And that's been my mindset since I can remember. That will be my mindset as long as I can remember anything, that I am the best ever at what I do. And every day that I step on the basketball floor, I will strive to be that. But my mindset will always be as such, as I am the best to do what I do. And that'll give me a shot at being the best.
Along the way to mastery, you walk the way alone. This is not my sentence. I think it is a sentence I heard within the field of martial arts. Of course you can say, why, if you practice martial art with all of the passion that you have and other people also have passion, then the group becomes stronger. It makes it easier for you to stay on this field. It is one perspective, yes. But self-mastery, mastering something, is always about yourself. And if you want to master yourself, well, you're gonna challenge and face yourself, and this is happening alone.
A lot of people that, you know, make it to a certain successful point in life, because a lot of people can give up. It's easy to give up. You know,
Hell
it's
yeah.
easy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. I'm done. I ain't going. I ain't gonna keep going.
Yeah,
I don't feel like going to work. I'm done.
Yeah, man.
It's easy. It's very easy.
No.
But what's hard is going, yo, yesterday I got nothing from working as hard as I could. Nothing happened from that. I'm gonna do the same thing again today, but I'm gonna try to go harder. That's the hardest thing in the world. To get up every day and give 100% and be in the same position that you were each day, but mentally know that you're trying and trying and trying. That's a real grind.
Because it doesn't mean that you can't be kind if you're strong, but it does mean you can't be strong if you're weak.
Yeah.
If you're weak, you're fucked. And there's a lot of weak people in this country right now that are trying to take control. And they're gathering up all the other weak people. And they say, yeah, let's all be weak together. And they're willing to embrace all sorts of ideas that have been disproven. Not just disproven, that have caused the deaths of untold millions of people. In Maoist China and Stalinist Russia. And it's crazy. And they're short-sighted. And they're short-sighted because in the short term, they want their tribe to win, and there's so many weak people that'll join along with them. There's so many just simple-minded dullards that just want to promote their tribe.
If you have no point of reference or experience, but you have people around you who are telling you, hey, we know this business, this is what you need to do to become a leading man and to become a movie star, you can't be what you were. You have to be what they are.
Your dad told me
You're out of your fucking depth. You're dead already. So you didn't learn. When my mother died at the hands of your ambition, you didn't learn your limitations.
I have no limitations.
I'm going back.
Order filled.
Thank you. It's honestly gonna keep going up.
Order filled.
Wow. Talk about uncertainty. Dun dun dun. Damn.
Order filled.
Damn. Oh shit, this is 15 minutes. Should head at 5. Oh shit. Now we're seeing a little bit more. Now we're seeing it. No wonder it shot up. No wonder it came down here. Makes so much more sense. So we've seen a fair value gap, order block.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Never mind, you're just gonna reverse up. Shit, I forgot this was a 5-minute fucking fair value gap, not 1 minute. Should throw it. It's looking like an inverse. Beautiful. Hit TP. Do you think it's gonna hit?
Order filled.
Thank you. Damn. I was thinking it was gonna come down here. Let's see what happens right here. See if it closes above or under. I knew it. I was gonna think it was gonna go here. Damn, I fucking knew it too. Fucking knew it. It's alright. Yeah, but I was about to sell because it's a fair value gap. What's down here? Orb, back in the orb. So 5 minute fair value gap. It's gonna come up here and dance around right here.
Order filled.
Why did I put it right here? Because this is the bottom of the orb, and I believe it's gonna come back down, unless if it just fucking skyrockets again, which is possible. We still have this fair value gap. It's still in this fair value gap. It's 5 minutes. It's 1 minute. It's about to get disrespected. I believe it's gonna dance around right here, or could bounce off of this top. But I think, yeah, I think it's gonna dance around at this fair value gap. We'll see, because it could be coming back into orb. Or out of orb, I mean. Which might reverse what I'm thinking right now, because this liquidation, holy shit. Yeah, I should have gone bullish. That's on me.
Order filled.
I was wrong. But let's flip it.
Order filled.
Bro. Inverse fair value gap. Oh shit, hold up. Wait. No, yeah,
Order
I
filled.
don't think that's right. Hold up. Because we got this fair value gap. Oh shit. Okay. Got this fair value gap. Got broken through. Order block. Inverse fair value gap. Oh no, this should up. It's gonna shoot up. Fuck, I should have kept it. I was wrong. I was wrong for closing it. Liquidation. 5-minute inverse. Okay, we got the 5-minute inverse, so we need to see a 5-minute fair value gap. Order block. Wow. And then a 1-minute inverse fair value gap versus 1 minute. Okay. So this could still be the 1-minute inverse. Okay, there's a 5-minute inverse fair value gap. Five-minute fair value gap. The 1 hour mark is about to close. Mm. 14 minutes away. I'm waiting for it to touch it.
Order filled.
There it goes.
Order filled.
Fine. Wow. Well, here's a 1 minute. A lot of liquidation, bro. Four minutes away.
Order filled.
$20 for this one. Fuck, I didn't see this fair value gap right here. Is it about to be? Yeah, he's here. Well, I'm gonna leave it how it is. Looks like my stop loss is gonna get hit, but I'm back. Did it hit? Oh, we're still in the trade. 20 buckaroos. Just sold the Gengar for 20 buckaroos. Damn, it inversed right here. It's gonna go down. Still in this 1 minute fair value gap. Whoo-wee. There it is. It's around the time where if it's just been, stagnant, Max said that usually there's a big how do you say, movement around this time, either now or 10:30. Earlier came all the way down here to this 15-minute. This new 5-minute candle just started. Do have a couple new inverse fair value gaps or fair value gaps that formed. This fair value gap is now done. Let me close that up. Was that a follow? I should have kick open. Smack that TP. Smack it. I was gonna go in with 20 contracts, but I didn't wanna. I mean, I should have, because this would have only been 300. Nah, don't inverse. Don't inverse. Break through it. Smack. 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 No way. Look at that.
Order
Smack
filled.
it. There you go. Now it's gonna continue to go down. We will see if what it does with these. I'm gonna wait for this 5-minute to close. Let's give it 3 minutes, because if it closes in here, it could go back up here. I'm also gonna look at some other confluences, see what's up with that. Yeah, you see it bounced off of there. Now it's gonna ride it back up. We could try something, but hold on. We could literally try to just we'll see, because we got 2 more minutes left in this. There it wants to go. Looking like a 5-minute inverse fair value gap. Is it gonna go out of it? Now would be the time, wouldn't it?
Order filled.
Damn, right when I did it. It's actually pretty perfect. Unless if it goes down here and it actually breaks through this fair value gap in the 5-minute mark. We will see if it inverses. Every single time it's hit this, it's bounced off of it. Still has yet to close outside of this fair value gap, so that just means bullish on my perspective. There's this fair value gap and this 5 minute. Okay, even put it right here, but we will see. There it goes. Put another motivational video.
You're gonna hate yourself in the morning. Why are you pulling back? No, don't tell me yes. Why? Every time you don't fucking listen. Where are you supposed to be?
Do you want to be on your deathbed knowing that you could, but you didn't?
If you want it bad enough, you find a way. If you don't want it bad enough, you find an excuse.
Get back to work. It's time to get back to work. Stop hearing yourself talk. Get off the podcast. Don't be on social media too much. Cut out all the noise. Get back to the mental lab.
Confidence and fear both require believing in something that hasn't happened yet. At a certain point, you have to consider that you're choosing to be afraid.
The distance that we can shrink between wanting to do something or thinking something should be done and it being done is a direct indication of our personal power in our lives.
If you can just find a thing and work hard at that thing, you'll realize through that thing that you can get good at anything with time and effort.
You don't get discipline from an external source. You have to get it from you. That's what self-discipline is. You get it from yourself. You get it from you.
You want to be really great at something, you kind of have to be out of your mind, but you also have to have an iron will.
Yeah.
You don't want to work out every day.
Yeah.
There's going to be days you just want to eat cake and sleep.
Yeah.
But if you want to get past the guy who eats cake and sleeps, you don't eat cake, you don't sleep.
It all starts with who you are. You know, I always tell our players, who you are is more important than what you do. How high you jump, how fast you run, because who you are is your character. And your character is an accumulation of your thoughts, your habits, and your priorities on a day-to-day basis, because those three things determine the choices you make, and the choices you make you who you are.
When you have a dream, the one thing you have to watch out for are those out there that are trying to crush your dream. And you cannot allow that to happen. That is your biggest challenge. So I challenge you to have your dream, go after it with all you have, and be legendary in your own right.
Set up a schedule and just do the work. You stick to what you put there on paper. You take your time, you make the plan, and unless you really are sick or have some type of higher excuse, you just do what you have committed to.
And how you become a better person, how you gain mental toughness, how you become the person you want to be, is constantly facing the things that you don't want to face. If you constantly run away from things that you don't want to face, how is there growth? How is there mental toughness?
Not gonna lie.
The truth is, whatever game you play in life, sometimes you're going to lose. A point, a match, a season, a job. It's a roller coaster with many ups and downs. And it's natural when you're down to doubt yourself and to feel sorry for yourself. And by the way, your opponents have self-doubt too. Don't ever forget that. But negative energy is wasted energy. You want to become a master at overcoming hard moments. That is, to me, the sign of a champion. The best in the world are not the best because they win every point. It's because they know they'll lose again and again and have learned how to deal with it. You accept it, cry it out if you need to, and then force a smile.
If you want to be good,
this one close out of here.
You really don't have a lot of choices because it takes what it takes. You have to do what you have to do to be successful. So you have to make the choices and decisions.
Wait, it might go up though because of this.
Have the discipline and the focus to the process of what you need to do to accomplish your goals. And all these guys that think they have a lot of choices.
If you are able to get up every morning, have no passion, no drive, no motivation, no shit, and still get up with that kind of fire, you will be successful in life.
One of the things that's very important to note about stress is that stress primarily comes from not taking action over something that you can have some control over. What it means is there's something that is bothering me and I haven't yet taken any action on. Stress doesn't come from hard work, for example. You know, you can be working incredibly hard and loving it. And likewise, you can be out of work and incredibly stressed. So stress comes from ignoring things that you shouldn't be ignoring.
If you have a regular job, like an office job, you will pretend to be a whole different person for 8 hours a day, every day of your life that you're there.
Don't want to go up.
That is a lot of time bullshitting.
Yeah.
And when you get out all that bullshitting, there's not much you left. Whatever could have been you never grew because whatever could have been you was stifled by fluorescent lights and monitors.
Real talk. Some of you motherfuckers pissed me the f off. So guess what? I disappeared and come back with 200 miler. I'm 199 miles into this race. Guy's knees are bad. See how he runs. Yeah, see how I run 200 miles, motherfucker. I'm about to finish this bitch up.
Order filled.
What were you doing for the last 65 hours? I know what I was doing. I was running all up and down the mountains. Getting it in. Doing what I preach about.
Success really just boils down to this. You gotta want it more than you hate what it takes to get it. If you're willing to suck at anything for 100 days in a row, you can beat most people at most things.
Clean your room. Organize your life.
That one's
like, get a routine. Get up every day at the same time. Go to bed at the same time. Establish disciplined habits. That will help a lot. Schedule. Here's how to use a schedule. Sit down, open the calendar and think, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to design a week of days that I would really like to have. So what that would mean is that you would schedule things that you would consider meaningful and productive, you know, on a daily basis, so that you feel that your life is justified by having a day like that, and also to schedule enough of your responsibilities so that you make progress day by day instead of falling farther behind.
Don't start things and not finish them. You don't quit. There's nothing that comes out of quitting besides knowing that you didn't finish. We finish everything. You start it, finish it. If you're gonna do it to try and be the best.
You're not having a bad year. You've had a few bad days that you're thinking about for the rest of the year. I've found it helpful when I'm in a bad season, like I'm in right now, to just focus on having a good day. A good day in a bad season is a bite-sized victory. String a few of those in a row, and a bad season feels less hard. I'm pretty sure the difference between a happy life and an unhappy one doesn't come down to how many good or bad days you have, but which days you think about over and over again. In some seasons of life, maintaining is winning.
When you think about shit, you're like, it's 7 o'clock at night. Man, I'm tired. Just got back home from work. Will I go to the gym or not? Hour and a half passes. It's now 8:30. You didn't go to the gym. But you know damn well your evil twin inside of you did go to the gym. And he's out there. And he just got better than you. That weakness, you think I'm tired.
Order
comes in,
filled.
overtakes your potential. And stops you
What
from
the
becoming the
fuck?
person you can be.
Order filled.
Yet someone else is going to the gym. Then 20 years later, when you have midlife crisis, and you say life's not fair, you start looking back on all those forks in the road where you sat down instead of standing up. And you don't feel sorry for yourself.
Every single one of you out there have exactly what you deserve. You might think that life is unfair. You might think that life dealt you a bad hand, but I'm here to tell you life will give you exactly what you tolerate.
That's
And
crazy.
if you've been
I'm about to hop
tolerating
off,
mediocrity,
man.
you've been tolerating average, you've been tolerating this victim mentality that you're carrying, then guess what? You have exactly what you deserve.
If you want something bad enough, you can't let anybody tell you you can't do something, not even yourself.
The biggest mistake a person can do right now, no matter in which situation you are, is
Bruh.
to give up.
Oh my God.
You might not reach the best version of yourself in this lifetime, but a better one than you are right now.
You want to be the one that says, I'm going to do it anyway. I know I don't feel good today, but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to prove to myself that even on days that it doesn't feel right, I push myself. The only way to gain confidence in yourself is to build something.
You know, people give up right before they get what they've always wanted to get.
Filled.
People quit and they give up. And I will not be the person who quit before I got what I wanted or what I needed or what I felt I was supposed to have.
You're not only winning when things are going your way.
If you only did what you were supposed to do when you were motivated to do it, that's leaving it to chance. But if you're disciplined, you go do what you're supposed to do. That's the way it works.
You can doubt the process, question your talent, be uncertain that you're making progress, disparage your accomplishments, permanently feel like you're not working hard enough no matter how hard you work, never give yourself a break, fail to fully feel gratitude, be terrified of never reaching your goals, and still end up in a place that your 20-year-old self could not imagine you'd ever get to. Self-belief is overrated. Generate evidence.
If tomorrow wasn't promised, what would you give for today?
Dude, I was literally...
We get one opportunity in life. One chance in life to do whatever you're going to do. To lay your foundation, to make whatever mark you're going to make. Whatever legacy you're going to leave. Leave your legacy.
Oh, no.
And it's found through effort.
Order filled.
Wins and losses come a dime a dozen. But effort, nobody can judge effort.
Now, this is revenge trading, man.
Team? It was you. There was no weight loss program or mom and dad waking you up saying you can do it, you can be better, trying to build belief. You built belief when you had nothing. Rock bottom.
You just gotta quit tripping while you're in the process. Because the process is necessary. You may not see it now, but when he gets you on the other side of it, you're gonna see exactly why it went that way. And you're gonna be okay with it.
There's no passion, there's no motivation, there's no, oh my God, man, it's every day of your life just doing. Where's passion when you're 300 pounds? Where's the motivation when you can't read and write? Where is it? So how did this happen? I just did. I just did.
Now you know what giving it your all is. And you will not succeed in business or any endeavor in life until that fight you just went through is applied to the same endeavor.
Whatever reasons that we usually give ourselves in the beginning for why we can't achieve something, you can almost always find not only just someone, but someone who's achieved world-class levels of success with worse conditions than you currently have, which then means it's absolutely possible. And then the only thing that it takes to get there is work.
Be the now what you want to be later. It starts right now. And if you're not doing the now, don't ever expect the later to be the person you want to look in the mirror.
We should not criticize ourselves. We should not say the things that we could have done better. But I believe that that voice isn't an insecurity. I think it's a version that wants you to chase your potential.
Come on. Your all's a lot more than you know. You got more inside of you to give. Stop selling yourself so short.
Unwavering confidence is a lie. The fears never go away completely. They just don't linger as long.
There's so much opportunity on the other side of being willing to persist for an extended period of time on the correct path without getting positive reinforcement from your environment. And the longer you can stick with something without that positive feedback loop in terms of the big external thing, the easier the opportunities are because so few people can pursue them.
I've found greater fulfillment in the journey of pursuing my goals than in the moment of achieving them.
It won't get harder. Like, this is the hardest part. And so if you can just make it through this, everything else is downhill. It's not that the things that the dragons are going to slay aren't going to get bigger. They are. But you become so much more equipped to slay them back. And you have so many more allies. You have people in the stands cheering for you. You have the audience. You have all of these other things that are behind you. But at the beginning, it's just you with a stick against a bear. No one ever tells stories about the hero who made it all happen immediately and had no hardships. No one cares.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone loves the story because we can see ourselves in the character and how much we hope to be like them. And it's the being like them, not the having what they have, that we usually like.
So tell yourself you're going to do something you don't think you really can do. You're creating this gap between your beliefs and your reality, and it just creates more stress in yourself and an inability to perform, in my opinion.
If my life was a movie and someone were to watch it, I hope they'd be inspired to take risks, not just risks to achieve success, but embrace feeling, both pride and shame, fear and excitement. Personally, I want to experience as much life as possible, and that only happens when you embrace the highs and the lows.
If you don't have the highs, you don't have lows, it doesn't come. If you numb the bad, you numb the good. When you learn to embrace them, they're way more fleeting than you realize.
What have you learned about how to deal with and overcome fear?
Go. When all that fear that's in your head, all the what ifs and the scenarios that you create inside your own mind that are way worse than anything that is actually going to happen, they all disappear when you go. So just take action and start moving forward. That is the moment that can last 1,000,000 years, is waiting to go. You're upside down financially, relationship went south, you got whatever those things are, your credit card debt is up, you got fired from your job. Okay, you're in a terrible situation. What are your options? What you have to do is, well, you kind of have to prioritize and execute, right? Like, okay, I got all these bad things going on in my life. What is my biggest problem right now? And you got to say, okay, I got to start with solving that problem. And you got to start to, going back to I think it was the initial thing that we talked about, take action.
And a year from now, it's going to happen like that. And who is your future self? 1 year from now, who is it? Just like everyone's added here, go party Saturday night. They're not willing to sacrifice. I'm like the lone survivor in here. You know? Tonight will be over with too. Tomorrow I'll be stronger for it. Another day will go by. 365 of them happen so fucking fast. Who are you gonna be in a year from now? And in a year from now, does that future person hold regret or pride?
Be selfish for the next 3 years. Go get yourself strong. Go put your own oxygen mask on. Put some money in the bank. Crush your company. Be selfish with your time. Be selfish with your income. Be greedy on the amount of money you want to make. I'm telling you, be greedy, be selfish. You know why? Because if you go all in, if you stop thinking, I wish I could do more, be more, go all in and make the money, get secure and put your oxygen mask on, and what you can do in 5 years from now, what you can do in 7 years from now, what you can do in 12 years from now is unbelievable.
Cannot erase the work ethic part. There is no getting around. Ain't no elevator to the top. You got to take the stairs. The elevator don't go to the top, man. Not in the world of success. You got to take the stairs. Y'all got to start getting gritty, man.
The harder thing to do and the right thing to do are usually the same thing. Nothing that has meaning is easy. Easy doesn't enter into grown-up life.
Only thing I do when I come home, they say, you have to do homework. You know what I said? Homework. Put that boxing tape on.
The people who are obsessed are the ones who change the world. At least change their world. He said, you know the difference between champions and everyone else? And I was like, what? And he said, everyone always looks at them and says, what do champions have that I don't have? And he said, they have it backwards. He said, what do champions not have that I have? It's what do they lack?
Damn.
And it's an off button. They just don't stop. They just never stop. They just can't stop. Everything in their life is geared towards one goal. And they approach everything in their life that way.
There are two types of champions for me. Like, there are champions who prepare themselves to win, and there are the other ones who prepare themselves to dominate.
Life begins now. If it doesn't begin now, your life is...
If you're gonna do it, do it. Say what you can do what you say. If you can't do it, don't say you can do it. Don't over-leverage yourself. Don't over-leverage a decision and then jump in and kind of dip a toe. I think I'll try it out. No, think if you're gonna try it out beforehand, but when it's time to go, dive. Finish it, find out.
Order filled.
Come out the other side. Don't leave it and go, ooh, if I just would, That keeps me up at night. I think it keeps a lot of us up at night. When you half-ass something and you just don't know whether you failed or succeeded, got what you want or didn't get what you want. Finding out and looking in the mirror and going, I didn't half-ass it. I went all the way. I found out, and that ain't for me. Or I found out, and you damn right that is for me. That's a great place to get to.
You're racing against no one but yourself. When you compare yourself to other people, you are losing the race. And like, this race is you against you, man. Worry about yourself, worry about what you're doing, and worry about where you're going, and only where you're going to be your best self.
Pressure changes everything, pressure. Some people, you squeeze them, they focus. Others fold. Can you summon your talent at will? Can you deliver on a deadline? Can you sleep at night?
Confidence and fear both require believing in something that hasn't happened yet. At a certain point, you have to consider that you're choosing to be afraid.
Believe in yourself. Believe that you're better than everyone else. You know what I mean? I always looked at, when I was always looking at fights, looking at anything. Obviously, I can do this. I'm as good as that. Be confident and be humble. Train hard.
What the fuck, dude?
That's it. Just
don't ever sell out for the temporary reward of what the
Alright, now
opportunity
this is
today.
emotional trading, bro.
Believe in the bigger
Get
picture.
out. Get the fuck out while you
Believe in all
can.
these things.
Get the
are
fuck
just
out while you can.
moments building the wave for the big moment to come. Always plant the seeds of hard work and integrity and honor. Today and then every day you water them and nourish them. Believe in them. One day that will sprout a flower of which, when you're dead and gone, people will still remember.
Everybody has a turn back moment. You have a moment where you could go forward or you can give up. But the thing you have to keep in mind before you give up is that if you give up, the guarantee is it will never happen. That's the guarantee of quitting, that it will never happen no way under the sun. The only way the possibility remains that it can happen is if you never give up no matter what.
How bad do you want it? There's two options. To continue forward, pushing upward. And if you do, that dream is given birth. And forever you will live in the reality of it. If you stop, quit, throw in the towel, I promise you there's no distance you can travel far enough to ever find that dream again.
if you ever get to a stage where you're saying, you're looking at something and saying, nah, that doesn't work. That's my way is better. That's the wrong way of thinking. You want to learn absolutely everything. You want to absorb everything, and you want to be perfect. You know, you're looking for perfection, and you're looking to be able to move every way. And I mean, that's what I'm looking for, anyway. You know.
If your life was a movie, and people were watching up to this point, what would the audience be screaming at the screen, telling you to do with your life? What would they be just, it's obvious. Leave the job. Leave the, get like, it's your brother. It's the, the killer's hiding in the cupboard, whatever it might be. What would the audience watching the movie of your life be screaming at the screen, telling you to do?
Remember, it's not what you have, but what you do with what you have that separates winners from losers. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond to what happens to you that counts. In the final analysis, your response to the adversity of life is the real measure of who you are and what you're made of.
Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today.
Yes.
Because you need to have a hierarchy
Oh,
of
fuck
improvement. You
you.
need to be aiming for something, and that means you're going to be lesser than people who've already attained along that dimension.
Yes.
And that can give rise to envy. So the question is, who should you defeat in the final analysis? And the answer is, you should defeat your former self. You should be constantly trying to do that. And you're the right control for yourself, too, because you're the one who's had all your advantages and disadvantages. And so if you want to compete fairly with someone, then you should be competing with you.
Just keeps reversing, you know?
Order filled.
Perfect. I really think it's gonna hit this. This was an inverse.
Order filled.
There it goes. Stop me out. 940.
Order filled.
I think this one's gonna be my last trade right here. Yep, I knew it.
Order filled.
Yeah, she's gonna hit my stop loss.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Wow. I mean, all or nothing at this point. Bro, I was down to 300. Should have been where I'm at. Not even fucking trading right, bro. $400 and I'm out. Risky for the biscuit.
Order filled. 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 Order filled.
Wow.
Order filled.
Check what's the account. No way. No way.
Order filled.
Oh my god, bro. At this point, yeah, I'm revenge trading. Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Of course.
Order filled.
It's literally gonna hit what I expected it to hit, but my fucking dumbass cannot control myself. Another day, another fucking account. Good thing we sold the card. It's literally what I was waiting for, bro, but fucking manipulation just fucking gets me out. It is what it is. We live stream, that's all that matters. GG's in the chat, boys. Next time.